Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $500 secured appearance bond. Sir, please don't try to pay that bond because you're being held non-bondable on your new case. Well, please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
Sir Perez.
DeRice Walker to the podium. Amber Loa to the chair, please.
Yes.
Name and date of birth, please.
DeRice Walker, 7/25/69.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your first name. Sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case and 2 probation violation warrants. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, and criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a placeholder bond of $100. Sir, you also have 2 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date on both of those is going to be July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Based upon the violations of your probation, you're going to be held non-bondable on your probation matters. So please don't try to pay the bond on your new case because you're being held non-bondable on your 2 probation violation cases. So please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Amber Loa to the podium. David Halman to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Amber Loa, August 11th, 1979.
Thank you. You're here today on an out-of-county warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is July 9th. That's at the Yavapai County Superior Court. At the request of your judge, I'm going to be holding you non-bondable at this time for a probation violation. So again, your next court date is July 9th at the Yavapai County Superior Court.
Do you know where I'm going to, Yavapai County?
Yeah, they'll transport you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. David Halman to the podium. Mitchell Brigus to the chair, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. Name and date of birth, please.
David Halman, 5/11/1968.
Thank you. You are here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for 2 counts of aggravated DUI for a suspended license, Class 4 felonies. 2 counts of aggravated DUI for a 3rd conviction DUI, Class 4 felonies. 1 count of criminal damage, Class 4 felony. These were alleged to have occurred back in February 2025. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court dates are going to be July 10th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court. Because it's been alleged that you committed this offense while you're on release for other felony offenses, you're going to be held non-bondable at this time. Sorry, phone, please step to your left for your paperwork. Yeah, I'll catch it. Mitchell Briggs to the podium. Misty Campos to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Mitchell Briggs, 9/13/01.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on 4 counts of burglary, Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of robbery, Class 4 felony. These were alleged to have occurred between August and September of 2024. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is going to be July 10th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the grand jury, it's a $50,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please touch your left for your paperwork, sir. Misty Campos to the podium. Christopher Rodriguez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Misty Campos, April 20th, 1985.
Thank you. You are here today on an out-of-county warrant and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your out-of-county warrant. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be July 9th. That's at the Pinal County Superior Court.
Okay.
And I'm affirming the bond set by the judge down there. It's a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You also have a probation violation warrant here in Maricopa County. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date on that one is July 10th in the downtown Superior Court. affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's another $10,000 secured appearance bond, so total $20,000 secured.
Okay, now,
One second.
okay.
Ma'am, if you're able to bond out on all of your cases, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay, now when I had got arrested, they told me because I'm high-risk pregnancy, they took me to the hospital from here, and I'm got to go back in 2 days because of me being a high-risk pregnancy.
So, ma'am, when you're in custody, they'll transport you to medical.
Okay, because they told me to see about getting my my thing reduced down so I can get out.
Yeah, so I can't touch your Pinal County bond at all. I mean, I can't.
Okay.
By law, I can't touch that. And then your probation violation judge is the one that set that $10,000 secured appearance
Okay,
bond.
so then when I go to court on that day, then I can talk to them about it?
Yes.
Okay.
You can always talk to your next judge about your bonds.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Christopher Rodriguez to the podium. David Williams to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
January 18, 1990.
Name, please.
Christopher Rodriguez, sir.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault of Class 3 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $15,000. If you're able to post bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision. You'll have an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you post bond, you are not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must obey any orders of protection that are put out against you. And if this applies to you, if you bond out, you may not live with the alleged victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. You're allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to collect any essential belongings, and you're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Well, please tuck to your left for your paperwork, sir. I have to call a warrant, please. I have to call a warrant, please, if you want to have him take a seat.
I'm sorry, who do you?
I have to call a warrant if you have him have a seat, please. David Williams to the podium. Renee Perez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
David Lee Williams, December 1993.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 failure to appear warrants. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are going to be July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bonds set by your judge. On your first one, $250 secured. Second one, $250 secured. Third one, $1,000 secured. So total $1,500 secured for all 3 of your cases. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Renee Perez to the podium. Samantha Moss to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Renee Regina Perez, 92679.
Thank you. You're here today on failure to appear warrant and a justice court warrant. Let me talk to you about your felony warrant first. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $900 cash bond. If you're able to post bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You also have a justice court warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is July 9th. That's at the Moon Valley Justice Court. I'm going to reduce that bond to $100 secured. Same conditions of release. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Moss to the podium. William Reagan to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Samantha Mays, 1297.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. You are here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $2,000. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision, alcohol testing and monitoring, and an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You have to obey the order of protection that's out against you, and you may have no contact with the victim whatsoever by any means. Why don't you step to your left for your paperwork? William Reagan to the podium. Brianna Crosby to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
9980, William Reagan.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's going to be July 9th in the downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation services. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Brianna Crosby to the podium. Cardell Balden to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Brianna Crosby, 72894.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, disobeying an order of a court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey the orders of protection that are put out against you.
Excuse me. Can I just say that I am subpoenaed to speak at the defendant or whatever at James's court date on the 15th. Am I going to be transferred to that hearing?
If you have a subpoena, they'll transport you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Cardell Balden to the podium. Jared Cedars to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
It's Cardell Balden, 11575.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are July 9th and July 11th in the downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, sir. Why don't you please step to your left for your paperwork. Jared Cedars to the podium. Ian Johnson to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jared Cedars, January 10th, 1986.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
Sorry, everyone does.
Sir, you're here on a failure to appear warrant, so I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court date is going to be July 9th in the downtown Superior Court,
Yes, sir.
Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Looks like there's an order of protection out against you. You got to follow that order of protection, and those are your orders if you bond out. Final, please step to your left for your paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Ian Johnson to the podium. Veronica Luthia to the chair, please.
Morning.
Morning. Name and date of birth, please.
Ian Robeson Johnson, 11294.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $250. If you're able to post that bond, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You left your paperwork. Veronica Luthia to the podium. Devon Deadmond to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Veronica Luthia, 5/25/1985.
Thank you. You are here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge, it's a $250 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. One piece to...
I have a question. I wasn't
Sure.
read my Miranda rights to me at all. Like,
So ma'am,
how do I?
yeah, so Miranda doesn't apply to you because
No.
this is not a new crime. This is a probation violation. This is a probation arrest.
Okay.
And so, yeah, the Miranda doesn't apply to you. But if you want to talk about that with your defense attorney, you can talk about that with your defense attorney, okay?
So it's only on one charge then?
It's not even charges. You were already convicted of this charge before. You were already convicted of possession of drug paraphernalia. That was back in 2022. You're still on probation for that. And so so you had a probation violation for that charge.
Yeah, the only reason why I wasn't complying with it and everything is, can I explain?
So, ma'am,
Or no?
so yeah, it's not, because you're on video, you shouldn't talk about that with me. You need to talk about that with your defense attorney, okay?
I don't understand.
All right. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Devon Deadmond to the podium. Shamar Thornton to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Devon Deadmond, 10/5/2000.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 municipal court warrants. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 14th on both of those, and though both of those are going to be at the Tolleson City Court. I am lowering your bonds to $100 each, so total you have a $200 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Shamar Thornton to the podium. Name and date of birth, please.
402-3.
Name, please.
March 3rd.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 municipal court warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's July 10th. Both of those are going to be in the Youngtown City Court. I am lowering your bonds to $50 secured each, so total $100 secured. If you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Why don't you step to your left for your paperwork, sir? And if we could please clear the courtroom for Mr. Kurlock. Sure thing.
Hey, come on, man. I'll go just see how we can go. Don't sit down, everybody. Hey, you're on the file line. Put your head up. Where are you going?
Could I get your full name and date of birth, please?
Kevin Michaels Kurlock, March 31st, 1996.
Thank you. You are here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 7 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, Class 2 felonies, 1 count of unlawful age misrepresentation, Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have not found probable cause on the possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia, so I'm not considering those 2 charges today. I have found probable cause on all other charges. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be July 9th and July 11th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a cash bond of $200,000. If you're able to post that bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision. You'll be drug tested and monitored. You're going to be fitted with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you are not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to have any contact with any minors. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Want to please step to your left for your paperwork. For the final individual, I'll be visiting them back at their cell. They pose a risk of harm to themselves or to others. Chad Mims, date of birth 10/24/2000, here on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold him on kidnapping, Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, interference with making an emergency telephone call, Class 2 misdemeanor. These events occurred allegedly back in February 2025. I am assigning counsel. Next court date is July 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. Firm bond step at the grand jury, $25,000 secured appearance bond. If he's able to post bond, pretrial services supervision with the electronic ankle monitoring, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
What number are you here for? Excuse me.
Hello. Hey, what up, Nikki? How's it going? Let me see. What's up,
All
Spicy?
right.
All right. What up, Emily? How's it going today?
Good
How's
morning,
everybody
you
doing
may be
today?
seated. Yes.
It's loud than a mug. Hey, thank you. Hey, what up, Katie? How's it going? Hey, thank you for that daily heart. Highly appreciate that, Nikki, if you will.
So which one? I'm so sorry. Sorry, I don't have it physically for which one. So which one? The first one, the one that they found.
What up, Katie M?
The first one is.
Yeah, I saw. I noticed about maybe 20 minutes ago, so I started it back up, Emily.
Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for July 3rd, 2025.
Hey, what up, straight up, Wood 2021.
Buenos días, este es el calendario de la comparecencia inicial del día de hoy, 8 de la mañana, 3 de julio.
Hello, Governor.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Hey, Barbie, thank you. Highly appreciate
Las órdenes emitidas el 1 del mes con respecto a la toma de huellas dactilares y
what up,
muestras de ADN aplican en todos los casos.
I am Commissioner Dyer, and I'm going to explain a few things to you before we get started.
What up, Hector?
Soy la
What up,
comisionada
Robin?
Dyer. Les voy a explicar
What up,
algunas
Lowry?
cosas antes
What
de
up?
comenzar.
Danny.
First, I'm going to call each of you one by one to the podium.
Agua.
Primero que nada, los llamaré uno por uno al podio.
I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth.
Les voy a pedir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Hey, what up, Tita?
I will advise you as to why you are here,
Les voy a informar la razón por la que están aquí,
whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you,
y si se
What up,
les
what
ha
up,
asignado
Maui?
un abogado para que los represente,
Welcome. And everybody,
and your future court date.
welcome.
y la fecha de sus audiencias futuras.
I will then advise you as to what your bond will be if you are eligible for bond.
Luego les informaré si tienen el derecho a una fianza, cuál es la cantidad,
And I will advise you of your release conditions.
y también les indicaré las condiciones para su puesta en libertad.
Some of you may have some
What
questions
up,
while
Nicole?
I'm providing this advisement to you.
Algunos de ustedes tal vez tengan preguntas mientras yo les doy esta información a ustedes.
I just request that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement.
Hey, we Scottish.
Les pido que guarden sus preguntas hasta que yo haya
you.
terminado con el
What up,
aviso.
Lindsay? Thank you, Lisa.
And just as a reminder, this is a recorded proceeding.
Oh, it is recorded. You
Y
better
un
believe that.
recordatorio, esta es una diligencia grabada.
You best believe
You
that.
do have the right to remain silent.
Anything you use,
Tienen el
anything you
derecho de
say can and
permanecer
will
en
be used
silencio.
against you in a court of law, if you
So
will.
your questions should be directed only towards your release conditions.
Así de que las preguntas deben de ser únicamente con respecto a las condiciones para su puesta en libertad
And not about the facts of your case.
y no de los hechos de su caso.
All legal questions should be directed towards your attorney.
Todas las preguntas legales deberán de ser dirigidas a su abogado.
Anything that you say could be used against you.
What? I've
Cualquier
heard this
cosa que
episode
digan podría
before.
usarse en su contra.
So that is the purpose of this reminder.
Ese es el propósito de este recordatorio.
The first person that I'm calling to the podium is Jesus Garcia.
Jesus, come on
Jesús
down.
García, pase al podio, por favor.
What do you guys think Jesus did? Was he on his way to
And
church?
Mr. Espinosa, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Espinosa, siéntese en la silla.
Rugs, DV.
Mr. Garcia, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor García, dígame su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Jesús Alberto Sánchez García, día 12, mes 02, año 2002.
Jesús Alberto Sánchez García, 2/12/2002. Maria Corp, Court Interpreter's Office.
Hey, Tails, thank you for that gift. I
Sir, you
appreciate
are
you.
here
Edgar.
today on a new case.
What up,
Señor,
Jason?
¿usted está aquí porque tiene un caso nuevo?
You were charged with one count of disorderly conduct with a weapon or deadly instrument, a Class 6 felony.
What?
Tiene un punto acusatorio de conducta desordenada con arma mortal o un arma, que es delito categoría 6.
What up, Four Eyes?
And
Hopefully you're good.
discharging a firearm in a city limit, a class 6 felony.
Y disparar un arma en los límites de la ciudad, que es un delito categoría 6.
Come on, compa, you're a day early.
I
4th of
did
July is
find
not till
probable
tomorrow.
cause as to both counts.
Determino que existe motivo fundado con respecto a ambas acusaciones.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Grand Rising.
Designé un abogado para que lo represente.
What up, Bonnie?
You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30.
Tendrá una audiencia de repaso el día 9 de julio a las 8:30.
Really?
And a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30.
That's
Y una
bananas.
audiencia preliminar el 11 de julio a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500.
Tiene una fianza para asegurar su comparecencia de $2,500.
You have the following release conditions if you are able to post bond.
Si usted puede depositar dinero de la fianza, tendrá las siguientes condiciones.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No puede regresar a la escena del supuesto delito.
You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim or victims.
No puede tener comunicación con la víctima o víctimas.
And you cannot possess any weapons.
Y tampoco se le permite posesión de armas.
Failure to comply with your release conditions.
Incumplimiento con estas condiciones.
Or failure to appear for your court date.
What up, Joey?
O si no se presenta para sus audiencias.
Would result in the loss of any bonds that you post.
Resultará en que pierda el dinero de la fianza que haya depositado.
What up, John?
A warrant would issue for your arrest.
It has been a long
Se
time.
emitirá orden de
Y que
aprehensión
will.
en su contra.
An additional bond could be imposed.
Y se le podría imponer una fianza adicional.
Hey, Simona, did you start your new
This
job
completes
yet?
my advisement to you.
She in Gators.
Ese es mi aviso para usted.
If you have no questions for me,
Si no tiene ninguna pregunta para mí,
Monday,
please
all right.
start. Do you
I'm
have a
excited
question?
for you.
¿tiene pregunta?
El día de hoy quedaré arrestado.
So will I stay in custody?
You ain't going nowhere, homeboy.
You will stay in custody if you are unable to post bond.
Él quedará detenido si no puede depositar el dinero de la fianza.
Ok, son 2,500, ¿verdad? Dice.
Did you say 2,500?
It will be 10% plus collateral
What up,
of the
I'm not the one.
2,500.
What up, Maribel?
10% más un colateral de ese 2,500.
Ok, si no tengo todo el dinero ahorita, pero tengo una parte.
What
What
if
up,
I don't
Chris?
have the full amount, but I do have a part of it?
What do you think? This is IOU time?
You have to post the 10% of the $2,500.
What up,
You
Tadebe?
have to pay that.
Tiene que depositar el 10% para
Yeah, if you
salir.
got collateral.
Ok, perfecto.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give
Hacia
you
la
a piece
What
of
up,
izquierda.
Nana? Up next on the price is
Mr.
wrong.
Espinosa, will you please come to the podium?
Señor Espinosa, pase al podio.
Man, another day, another arrest.
Okay. We're gonna call Mr. Garcia have one more question.
It's
¿Tiene una
8:14
pregunta más, señor
a.m.
García?
Ok, para poder depositar el dinero tengo que salir. ¿Puedo salir para poder depositar el dinero?
Nah, you
To
can't
be
get
able
out.
to get the money, I need to get out. Can I get out so I can deposit the money?
That's not how this works.
The deputies have information on how you post bond, what that process is.
Los agentes le pueden dar información del proceso para depositar ese dinero.
I think it was Hector.
Dale, thank you. Lo que pasa que la pregunta era porque pues vivo solo aquí en Estados Unidos, mi familia es de Acapulco y por eso
He
tengo
lives
que
in the
salir
United
para
States
poder
by himself.
depositar el dinero.
His family's in
The
Acapulco.
reason why I was asking is because I live in the U.S. by myself. My family is in Acapulco.
Okay, so my answer remains the same.
Mi respuesta sigue siendo la misma.
She don't give a crap.
Ok, perfecto, thank you.
Should have thought about that before you started.
Mr. Espinosa, will you please come to the podium?
Before you pulled
Señor
out that
Espinosa,
dang
pase al
thing, if
podio.
you will. What do you guys think this paisa
Sir,
did?
can you please state your
If
first
you
and
will.
last name and your date of birth?
Nombre
Juárez
completo y fecha
Espinosa.
de nacimiento.
Juarez Espinosa, Yerma.
More amazing interviews.
060696.
Jay, what up?
Mr. Espinosa, you've requested a court interpreter, but you're answering my questions as I'm speaking to you in English, and you're also responding in English. So I want to confirm that you require a court interpreter.
Señor Espinosa, usted pidió un intérprete en español, pero está respondiendo a mis preguntas en inglés. Quiero confirmar, ¿necesita intérprete en español?
No, solo hay unas cosas que a veces no entiendo en inglés. Era solo en caso de algo que no entendiera.
Oh, this was just in case I didn't understand something, because sometimes I don't understand some things.
So if you require a court interpreter, you have to wait until the court interpreter interprets what I'm saying.
Si usted necesita un intérprete en español, necesita esperar hasta que el intérprete interprete lo que yo le estoy diciendo.
What up, Laura? Hello, Laura.
You also have to respond in Spanish.
Y también tiene que responder en español.
Okay.
So we're going to start from the beginning. I need the sheriff to come.
What? They muted it. All right, so hey, well, I'll go ahead and take this time to go ahead and welcome everybody. Welcome to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call. Today we are in the state of Arizona, in the county of Maricopa, the city of Phoenix, if that makes any sense to any of you guys. So we just started up right now. This would be, I think, the second case so far. And right now we're doing interpreters. I'm not sure if you guys could tell back here, but right here, do you see where this light is on right here? Somebody has a private attorney, so it should be an interesting case. Let me see. Wait, what up, corn dog? Hell yeah, Phoenix 602. It made sense, if you will. What up, Denise?
All right, Mr. Espinosa, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Germán Juárez Espinosa, 6 de junio de 1996.
Germán Juárez Espinosa, June 6, 1996.
His cat? Oh, I did see
So
that
you
yesterday.
are here today on a new case?
But I don't know what he did to his cat.
Señor, usted está aquí porque tiene un caso nuevo.
No, hold on.
You were charged with the following.
Pima, right?
One count of, sorry.
Le acusan de lo siguiente.
One count of organized retail theft, class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred. 2 counts alleged to have occurred on March 9th of 2025.
2 puntos acusatorios de robo organizado de una tienda, delito categoría número 4, que se alega que ocurrieron el 9 de marzo de este año.
No, Joey, it doesn't.
One count of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on March 12th, 2025.
Thank you, Hector.
Un punto acusatorio de robo organizado de una tienda, delito categoría 4, que se alega que ocurrió el 12 de marzo.
2 counts of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony, alleged to occur on March 22nd of 2025.
Yeah, I know a lot of you
2
guys don't like
puntos
this judge.
acusatorios de robo organizado en una tienda, delito categoría 4, que se alega que ocurrió el 22 de marzo.
No wonder I'm paying so much for my batteries
One
now.
count of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on March 26th of 2025.
Un punto acusatorio de robo organizado de una tienda, que es delito categoría 4, se
What up,
alega que
Hayden?
ocurrió el 25 de marzo.
2 counts of organized retail theft, class 4 felonies,
Thank you
alleged
for
to have
that
occurred
follow,
on
Max.
March 29th of 2025.
2 puntos acusatorios de robo organizado en una tienda, delito categoría 4, del 29 de marzo.
A shoplifting spree, if
1
you will.
count of organized retail theft, alleged to have occurred on April 16th of 2025.
Un punto de robo organizado en una tienda, delito categoría 4, se alega que ocurrió el 16 de abril de este año.
1 count of organized retail theft, class 4 felony, alleged
What
to
up,
have occurred
Jonathan?
on April 18th of 2025.
Y un punto de robo organizado que se alega que ocurrió el día 18 de abril de este año.
1 count of organized retail theft, class 4 felony alleged to have occurred on May 5th of 2025.
What up, Rissa?
Otro punto de robo organizado que se alega que ocurrió el 5 de mayo.
I speak that street Spanish.
2 counts of organized retail theft, class 4 felonies
Five-figure
alleged to have
discount.
occurred on May 6th of 2025.
2 puntos acusatorios de robo organizado, delito categoría 4 que se alega que ocurrieron el 6 de mayo.
1 count of retail theft alleged to have occurred on May 7th of 2025.
Otro punto de robo organizado que se alega que ocurrió el 7 de mayo.
1 count of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony alleged to have occurred on May 25th of 2025.
Jonathan,
Otro
right?
punto de robo organizado, delito categoría 4 que se alega que ocurrió el 25 de mayo.
1 count of organized retail theft alleged to have occurred on June 13th of 2025.
Y otro punto que se alega de robo organizado que se alega que ocurrió el 13 de junio de este año.
Hey, thank you, Pumpkin.
1 count of organized retail theft, a class 4 felony alleged to have occurred on June 25th of 2025.
Otro punto de robo organizado, delito categoría 4 que se alega que fue del 25 de junio.
Damn, this guy was taking anything that was not
2
nailed
counts
down
of
or
organized
bolted
retail
down.
theft, class 4 felony alleged to have occurred
Hey,
on
you're right,
June
Rebecca.
30th of 2025.
What up, No Face?
2
All
puntos
live.
acusatorios de robo organizado, delito categoría 4 que se alega que ocurrieron el 30 de junio.
20 counts of trafficking stolen property in the first degree, a class 2 felony.
Hey, for those of you wondering,
20 puntos
we're
acusatorios
going to
de
have court
tráfico
tomorrow,
de
4th of
propiedad
July. We're
robada,
going to
que
have
son
4th of
delitos
July
categoría
court,
2.
if you will. What? 4th of
Alleged to
July
have
court?
occurred on March 9th of 2025.
Oh, yeah. Hey, thank you for that daily heart,
Que
No
se alega
Face.
que ocurrieron el 9
20
de
counts.
marzo de este año.
I did find probable cause as to all the alleged charges.
Determino que existe motivo fundado con respecto a todas las acusaciones.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Probably
Y
around
asigné
this
un
time
abogado para
tomorrow.
que lo represente.
You have a status conference hearing on July 17th at 8:30.
Sosa, 40.
Tiene una audiencia de repaso el 17 de julio a las 8:30.
Hey, thank you for that hat and the mustache.
And a preliminary hearing on July 21st at 8:30.
Una audiencia preliminar el 21 de julio a las 8:30.
They didn't say if it was Walmart or Target or Circle K, right?
I am inclined to release you to pretrial services.
And they're letting this fool out?
Estoy inclinándome a ponerlo en libertad.
Somebody better
bajo la
notify Target
supervisión
and
de la
Walmart.
Agencia de Control de Procesados.
You do have to promise to appear for your court dates.
Better put
Usted
that
tiene
fool's
que
mugshot
prometer que se presentará a
on the
sus
wall.
audiencias.
Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Sí.
¿Promete presentarse para sus audiencias?
Scout Honor.
Lo prometo.
I promise.
Sir, I will tell you
He's gonna get indicted.
that I debated as to whether or not
Big
to impose a
Sosa.
bond due to the number of charges and the number of victims.
Señor, tengo que decirle que dudé si le imponían una fianza debido a la cantidad de víctimas y a la cantidad de
Hey,
delitos.
but what I want to know, does he have a 4.0
I did also
GPA?
take into consideration the
That's
state's
what I need to know.
recommendation that you receive a $25,000 secured appearance bond.
También tomé en consideración lo que la fiscalía está pidiendo, que le fije una fianza de $25,000.
In reviewing your criminal history,
From Yale.
Y revisando sus antecedentes
You
penales.
guys remember.
you
From
do not have
Harvard.
any prior criminal history.
Usted no tiene antecedentes penales.
So I am giving you an opportunity to be released on supervised release.
Así de que le estoy dando la oportunidad que quede en libertad bajo supervisión.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crimes. You cannot
No puede
initiate any contact.
No puede regresar a la escena del supuesto delito y no puede tener comunicación.
You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims.
Con las supuestas víctimas.
And you cannot have any contact with your alleged co-defendant.
Ni tampoco puede tener comunicación con sus supuestos coacusados.
Failure to comply with your release conditions
Cumplimiento a estas condiciones
or failure to appear for your court dates
o incumplimiento a su asistencia de sus próximas audiencias
will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest.
¿Resultará en una orden de aprehensión en su contra?
And a bond would be imposed.
Y le impondrían una fianza.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende usted?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
This completes my advisement to you.
Terminamos el aviso.
If you have no questions for me,
Somebody will beat him someday,
¿No tiene
John.
ninguna otra pregunta para mí?
What up, Jerome?
if you'll please step to your left, the officer will
Pase a la
give you your
izquierda a
paperwork.
recoger sus documentos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Is this Ms. Fisher?
What I want to know is how the hell was he shoplifting in those damn tight jeans? Where the hell was he
I'm in
stuffing the
court.
merchandise at?
Can you
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you inquire as to whether anybody else is in need of your services
Who was
before
Big
I
Sosa?
excuse you?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Hay
Sosa was
alguien
a
más que
legend.
necesite intérprete en español? Si es así, levanten la mano. Any hands?
Hey, what up,
No hands have
MJ?
been raised. Thank you so much for assisting us this morning. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Okay, I am now going to call Jesus Bueno. He requires the...
What do they say about tall guys? Big tall guys, big prison wallet, big prison trunk, if you will. The tall guys means long socks. Hey, Kayla, thank you for the follow. Who's stealing in tight jeans? That's what I couldn't steal in tight jeans. I could tell you that much. No way, no how. It's not gonna happen.
And is the interpreter able to hear me okay?
I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Mr. Bueno, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Oh, sign language interpreter.
I can't see her very well. Can I move closer? My eyes are not good. I can't see her from
Yes, he can come to the front.
That looks like my wife's brother. I'm gonna tell my wife, hey, I think your brother got caught. Hey, that fool does look like my wife's brother.
Is that better?
It's okay. It's
You're like,
fuzzy, but it's my eyes. It's okay. Yeah, the police just beat me up, so.
Okay, sir, can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jesus. Miguel.
Be like, hey, they caught your brother. Let me see.
Bueno.
No bueno.
And 09, 29, 1987.
Sir, you are here today for two matters. Oh, okay. You are here today on two matters. You have one new case and you have a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you were charged with one count of theft and means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, alleged to have occurred on July 2nd of 2025. I did find probable cause as to that offense. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30.
Hey, what up, Annette?
And a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. And you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. As to your probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter.
She was like, that don't look like my
You have
brother.
a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons.
I don't
And
watch
you must
movies in here.
contact probation within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in a loss of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue for your arrest. An additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Yeah, he's deaf, yeah. So he has an interpreter that you guys can't see on the screen that's interpreting for him.
I don't have a phone, so I don't know how to contact my PO. I haven't been able to contact my PO because I don't have a phone. So it's really kind of fucked up.
Plus, how is he going to talk to his PO?
Okay,
Unless his
so
PO
we're
knows
not
sign
going to
language.
swear. That is disrespectful.
Huh? What? What's disrespectful?
You will have a probation hearing, so you will see your probation officer.
I just need some help.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain what that process will be.
Oh, he was swearing?
Because you have a probation violation warrant, you're going to be seen on your probation matter on July 10th at 8:30.
Thank you for that, Daily Heart.
I have also appointed an attorney to represent you. So hopefully your attorney will see you soon, or at least on the day of your court date. And whatever issues need to be worked out as far as communication can be done at your court, during your court date with your probation officer and your attorney.
Do you guys love the TikTok shop, or do you guys like the TikTok shop? We can't see the interpreter. She's very tiny.
Right, thank you.
Yep. Oh. She didn't understand my sign help. I signed help. She didn't understand my sign help. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Interpreter, I believe that takes care of all the matters that we require your assistance on, so you may be excused at this time.
I need to learn how to swear in sign language, right, Hector? All right. So back to the regularly scheduled programming here. All right, she turned the camera around. I never seen this judge before. I want to see her. Oh,
Mr.
she looks like Whoopi Goldberg.
Will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Schlarbaum, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Oh, she turned on the camera. I Googled her, and yes, she does. Right? I can't see her.
Sir, right here. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daniel Davis, July 22nd, 1972.
Damn, that fool's 10 years older than
Sir,
me.
you are here today on a new case. You were charged with 22 counts of burglary in the third degree, a class 4 felony alleged to have occurred on July 2nd of 2025, and then 30 counts of burglary in the third degree, unlawful entry.
30
class
counts?
4 felony.
That fool's going to prison.
Occurred on July 2nd of 2025.
He might be in prison,
And
though.
2 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to all offense. Okay, this didn't say my changes because I did appoint an attorney to represent him.
55,
I did
52?
appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter.
Technically 52.
Okay.
He's been very, very busy stocking up for Christmas.
You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged co-defendant.
What up,
Failure
Justin?
to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post.
$215?
A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed.
What kind of
This
drive?
takes care of everything that I
What are you
needed to
driving?
advise you of today. If you have no questions for
A
me,
Maserati?
if you will step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Isn't that oil change like $65, $70 now?
The charges are listed on here, they're not ever posted on there. Just take a seat on the left.
Mr. Schlabram, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms.
Chevy Traverse.
Pascali, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Okay, sir, you have to put your arms through your shirt.
Sorry. He's so tired and cold.
Thank you.
I
Can
got
you
ripped.
please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Todd Starbaum, 5182.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 22 counts of burglary in the second degree, a Class 3 felony, alleged to have occurred on July 2nd of this year, 30 counts of burglary in the third degree, unlawful entry, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on July 2nd, 2025, and 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony.
That's his crime partner.
I do find probable cause as to all of the counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you're able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crimes, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged co-defendant. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed.
Who do you think is going to tell on who?
I needed to advise you of this morning.
Who do you think is going to cut a deal with the DA?
The officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. DePascali, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr.
VR, I'm not
Diaz,
sure.
if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
I don't know of any Vegas courts that are open to the public. But if you know some, shoot him.
Well, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Carrie DePasquale.
And your date of birth?
On July 25th, 1986.
Thank you. You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated robbery, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of assault with an intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot have any contact with the alleged co-defendant, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this morning. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Diab, if you'll please come to the podium. And Mr. Vanderpice, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
I think the preliminary hearing.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Ahmed Diab, cover 1593.
Thank you. You were here today on 3 matters. You have 1 new case, and then you have 2 probation violation warrants. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on
This guy
July
looks like
9th
the
at
missing
8:30
link.
and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your probation violation warrants, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. Each of those warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. So between your 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you can't possess any weapons. A failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Damn.
Mr. Vanderslice, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Moreno, if you'll please have a seat in the
Next,
chair.
Jack in the Box. Who put that manager? John. Hey, what up, Paula?
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Philip Vanlice, 09/18/97.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass in a residential structure, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this morning. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you, Paula.
There's no possible way of getting a pretrial release?
Sir, I reviewed your criminal history.
I'm not the same
You're
person.
asking me a question, and I'm trying to answer it. So
You're not the same
if you
what?
want me to answer your question, I will. If you just want to talk, then you can do that too. Which would you like for me to do? So I reviewed your criminal history, and you have a history of victim offenses. You have a history of some violent offenses, and then in reviewing the probable cause statement, some of the information that I found probable cause on was some of these statements that were attributed to you. So I am concerned about whether or not you will appear for court, because I do note that one of your felony convictions is regarding escape from custody.
But it wasn't me, Your Honor.
So I have concern about flight risk. I have concern about continued offenses that would result in more victims. So I want to ensure that you appear for court. I want to ensure that the community is safe with you in it, especially just based on some of the information that I reviewed in the probable cause statement. So I believe that a secured appearance bond is appropriate. Those are the things that I have to consider when I am making a determination on release conditions. And so based on all that information, I do believe that a bond is appropriate.
What about ankle monitor?
So I've already told you, I answered your question.
What do you think this is like,
And I
wheelie
gave you
and
all the
dealing?
reasons why I'm ordering what I'm ordering. I'm not changing my order.
How much for the bond?
10% of $1,500. That's
Yeah, it's
$150
$150.
of collateral.
Put up 3 PlayStation 3s or PlayStation 5s. You'll be all right.
Thank you.
Next!
Mr. Moreno, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Kelly, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Up next on The Price is Wrong.
Well, sir, will you please state your first and last name and
This
your
fool over
date
here
of birth?
rubbernecking.
Heriberto Moreno, 10/26/1997.
Thank you. You are here today on 3 matters. You have 1 direct complaint and then 2 probation matters. A direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of shoplifting but using an artifice, a class 4 felony, alleged to occur on January 11th of this year. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30, and the direct complaint had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. Then as to your 2 probation matters, when I reviewed the reasons for the violation, I note that the direct complaint has offenses that had occurred prior to your probation disposition. So
I think he had like a
did,
tool, like maybe pliers or something to like to shoplift,
So
or
I
maybe
know
like
action
a
that
bag
for that
to conceal
reason.
his
The only matter that
his ill-gained earnings, if you will.
I have to go to
Hey, what up, DM? Or a magnet remover? Yup. So pretty much that's what he was doing. He was like going from store to store. It was pre-planned, if you will. Do you know how many people is innocent that are sitting? Oh, it's a lot. One too many, if you ask me.
On those two matters, you still will have a hearing on probation revocation, possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. But my order will reflect the reasons why.
She's not happy. She's not a happy judge.
No action those matters. So, and I do understand that you were recently placed in jail custody on one of these probation matters, correct? In May, you were sentenced to a number of days in confinement, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember.
Okay.
But
what
since I'm already sentenced, would that be like on top of like my sentence?
No, so that's what I was trying to explain to you, is that I made a note in your order so that when you go to court, that they will understand that I'm going to have Mr. Moreno have a seat. I'm going to add some more notes into the order just so that the judge that hears your case will know that the reason why this violation came up is because a direct complaint was filed. But the date of the offenses that was noted in that direct complaint was prior to you violate the original violation of probation, which you went to disposition on in May. So no further action should be taken because of that. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I wouldn't be getting additional time.
Well, I mean, that's up to the judge. I'm just letting the judge know how I viewed this today. And I don't know if any other information will be presented, but based on how I'm reviewing the information that is available to me today, that's why I am no actioning this case. So I'm going to go ahead and have you have a seat if you have no other questions for me. So I'm also going to caution you against attempting to pay your bond, because I did review on another matter that I believe that you were sentenced to time in jail. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you attempt to pay the bond, it's not going to secure your relief because you're serving your jail time, but your bond allows you to continue to earn credit for your time that you were in custody. So do you understand that?
Okay.
Okay, so if you will have a seat, I'm going to just take a brief recess and I'll be right back.
Brief recess? Come on, Judge.
So I'm going to come back to the podium?
No, I'm just going to, I have to fix your order. So if you'll have a seat.
She's going to nap. She needs a recess. Dude, this lady, I cannot. Man. Wrong with this lady. Hey, what up, Kimberly? How's it going? She gotta take a crap. She gotta take a boo boo, if you will. Maybe she's went to sleep. Man, maybe nap time. Hey, what up, Vic? She said she wait for your paperwork. Hey, what up, Amber? Or a quarter pounder. Or hey, if you're in the UK or Europe, it would be a what is it, a quarter? No, not a quarter pounder. It's a Royale with cheese, if you will. I missed the first of the live. What did the dude in the room do? He hasn't came out yet. We're still waiting for him. But I'm assuming maybe he did something bad, because normally they have them come first, but they didn't call him up. So 50-50, I would say I'm leaning more towards a bad case. What kind of bad case? I don't know. PD is there. Yup, damn, QP sound, quarter pounder sound good right about now. What's this judge's name? Laura, did anybody catch the judge's name? Oh, it's, last name is Dyer, D-Y-E-R. Dyer. First name is going to be G-E-N-E-N-E. There it is. Is this live? Right, Caesar. I hope so, Caesar. I pride myself on being alive. Let me see. I think the state is waiting on him too. Yup, they are. You're welcome. Corn Dog writes, yup. Let me see. Judge Sleepy. Oh, hold up. So, yeah. Thank you, Joey. So, for those of you that are new here, this is live. This is happening in real time. I'm not AI generated. What you see behind me is not AI generated either. There will be court tomorrow. Tomorrow is 4th of July. We shall be having a morning session. We'll probably be going live throughout the day. I won't be on for the night ones because I'm going to be out. We're going to be barbecuing some hot dogs and some burgers, if you will. We're not going to be doing any fireworks. Cedars all pre-recorded with AI images. Right, John. Let me see. If in your other channel, that's... Nah, everything that's being streamed, I normally stream it live. So on my other channel, you're watching the court from Dade County, Florida. That is live. And if you want to check out my other channels, check out my profile. I do have other social media platforms that I run on a daily basis, nonstop, 24/7. So if you have an itch for court, then you will. Hopefully, it'll meet that itch, if you will. Let me see. Hey, what's up, Lord? Only James mustache is AI generated. Did somebody say mustache? I haven't brushed a mustache in quite some time. Court is not done for today. Arizona has court every 3 hours. So the next court after this one in Arizona is going to be at 11 a.m. And then 2 p.m., 5 p.m., 8 p.m., and 11 p.m. Let me see. Hey, what up, Teresa? How's it going? The itch is real life, laughing out loud. It's every 3 hours. It's every 3. I think. Yeah, no, it's every 3. Hey, I can't complain. I got a day off, so I'm able to do some of these streams. What up, D Unicorn? I usually go watch body cam footage after these lives. Felony. You see, did they make public PA accessible yet? I'm not sure. James is a prisoner in that room at the... Yeah, that is. Yeah. He just recently came off the streets. If you could see he has like a black hoodie on. And he probably got picked up within the last few hours. Balden, I'm not sure where that's at, but I'll look it up. Any other courts open to watch? Yeah. So right now, Pima County is going to start at 9 a.m. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try to get into, let me see. I'm going to try to get into deadbeat court in, I think deadbeat court starts at 9 in the morning. So let me try to get into maybe they'll let me in today. Let me see where's my link for that. Deadbeat court would be Polk County, if you will. So I'm gonna let me see. Let me click on the link here. Hopefully they let us in today to Polk County. I like Polk County, and I know you guys enjoy Polk County too. So we'll see what happens. What should I name myself for Polk County? Judd Grady. Yup, that's the sheriff there. Hey, what's up, Nessa? How's it going? Hey, what up, Boston guy? Welcome back. Do I look like a Ryan Jones? Do I sound like a Ryan Jones? I gotta throw them off. I can be, because with James Flores, they don't be letting me in. Judge James. Not calling you that, okay? I miss your lives. John Wayne Gacy James. You don't sound like one. Ay. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna put Pedro. No tortillas. Pedro. Or Victor Fuentes. Let's see, I'm gonna do Pedro Fuentes. All right. You call yourself. Yeah, what does he do? Chapo. Hey, man. Or should I name myself Mela? First name Mela. ¿Qué pasa, James? What up, Jeanette Lynn? Ay. Try a woman. Hey, you know what? No, but then, because sometimes they'll call me. That's going to throw them off. Imagine I put like a woman's name and then I'm like, hello? That might throw them on, throw them in for a loop there if you a cheech. Hey, baller. No, Judge James. We'll see if they let me in. Normally they'll ask me what I'm here for. In Polk County. Let me see here. I gotta get up Pima County ready. No, thank you. What do you guys think about the Diddy trial, if you will? Let me see here. I'm trying to get another stream going that I'm gonna be streaming on one of our other platforms. Like I said, I normally run numerous streams here, so I'm getting that. I'm currently getting that ready. Disgusted with the verdict. How much prison time is he gonna be getting? Because he got found guilty of some, right? Not of all. The RICO Act is the one that they acquitted him on, from what I hear. All right, this court is ready to go here. Let me. All right. Let me see. We will find out in October when he has court again. Let me see. House arrest. What time is it starting? So the next court starts at 9, but we won't be going over to that until this one finishes up. Once this one finishes up, then we'll go ahead and transfer on over or switch on over. Let me see. 10 years for every charge, and there is 2. Yeah, hey, that's what happens when you got money. When you got money, you could definitely buy those high-priced lawyers, and that'll definitely help him out huge. They denied his bail. Hey, what up, Imperfectly Perfect? Let me see. He ain't doing time. Hey, what up? Yeah, what up, Whiskey? Hey, thank you for the follow. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Are you out of your mind? It doesn't cost you anything to follow. Also, sharing and tapping the screen. We got 34,000 taps. Highly appreciate you guys. That's the only thing that I ask for around here. I would be for follows, sharing, and tapping the screen. That's it. It ain't that hard. It's free. Everybody could afford that, right? Everybody could afford following, sharing, and tapping the screen. Hey, what up, Gail? How are you been at? It's free, man. Come on. How you gonna be shiesty with the follows, the shares, the comments? It's all free. What do you think that man has done behind? I'm guessing. I'm thinking it's gonna be something real bad. 50-50 chance, I would say. Either that or a fugitive from another place. Let me see. I can't tab because I'm taking a nap. I've been working. Hey, I know that, Gail. I know, man. We all gotta work, unfortunately. Let me see here. So right now, if anybody that's just stepping in right now, you guys are wondering what happened. I have YouTube Premium. I don't know if you have ads or not. Yeah, there's a lot of ads, Hector. So yeah, you're not missing out on anything on the ads. For a long time, I didn't have ads, but I ended up monetizing that account. So where the hell did that judge go? She's gone. Let me see. I have 1 minute to work left. Let me see. She went to sleep. Did the judge change her? Hey, she had to go drop a big deuce. Hey, all I know, if I was a sitting judge up there, I would have to be taking all kinds of breaks to use the restroom. Hey, thank you for the follow, Gigi. Highly appreciate that. Be like Gigi, hit that follow button. Bubble guts. She's taking a big masa. She went to drop one, flush one, if you will. Hey, thank you, Bosch. I highly appreciate you hitting that follow. Gigi, thank you for that daily heart. Highly appreciate you. Your courts are so different to us in Australia. Yeah, the American justice system is definitely a trip. Hey, in Australia, do the judges be wearing those wigs that look like mops? Those white wigs, like they do over there in Britain? Judge smoking a loud pack before she hears crazy stuff. Hey, she might. Yeah, sometimes. Those wigs always throw me off. Do they wear those wigs in Canada too? Smoking with the inmates. The mops. Let me see. Why are we claiming these gifts on here when we send hearts or anything? Anyone know? For the hearts, I don't think I get anything. The hearts are just I guess to help me like in the ranking system or something. I really don't understand this stuff, so let me see. The high courts does. And then that would be in Australia, right? Hey, thank you, Tulip. Hey, how you been? Let me see. You mean the fan points? Let me see. Yeah, your member just makes you level up. The heart is your team. Me either. Hey, what up, Chad? Yo, what up, Chad? Welcome back. Hey, what up? Tulip, hello. Let me see. Mops and brooms. Make sure we have those. Let me see. Everyone, every time you did the flush, I thought that was in the court. Where's the court at today? This is Maricopa County. Mario is the best, right, Amber? Let me see. Any sound effects? Nah, you know what? I need to add one because I have one that I don't use. I have this one. This is if you're from the 80s and 90s, then you guys will recognize this sound. This one I need to swap it out. I'm thinking about adding the unsolved mystery sound to that one. Or what do you guys think will be a that's right, the next tail. What do you guys think will be a good sound effect? Where you at? Right. What the hell? Okay. All right, she's back. Damn. She was really struggling with that one. Hey, what up, G? All rise. My scanner still does that. Hey, thank you, Bosch, for that.
Mr. Moreno, if you'd please come back to the podium. So, Mr. Moreno, on those violations of probation matters, you will not have a court date on those. I know action them. So the only thing that you will be seen on is the new case, the direct complaint. The officer is going to give you your paperwork that just reflects everything that I just explained to you. The orders are corrected, and the judges will all know what happened because I put notes in for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So when do I have court?
So you have court on the direct complaint. That will be, the status hearing will be on July 9th at 8:30, and the preliminary hearing will be July 11th at 8:30.
Okay. So then I shouldn't be worried to be like about anything?
So because you have a bond on this matter, and I know that you are in custody of the sheriff's office, they will transport you to your hearings, okay? So you won't miss any hearings.
Okay, so then I don't need to say anything when I go to court, or?
Well, you'll have an attorney at that point, and your attorney will advise you what's going to happen from there.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, so then nothing's getting filed right now? So.
No, you have a direct complaint was filed.
Why is
but
he
you
so
don't,
worried?
the violations of probation, those were already done. Those were taken care of in May, and that's why you're in custody.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Like trying to get out to pay his debt to society. Come on, don't be committing the crime if you can't do
Mr.
the
Kelly,
time.
if you'll please come to the podium. Mr. Miller, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
I love the brown-headed judge in Florida. Judge Glazer?
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Isaac Kelly, 8/12/1988.
Sir, you are here today because you have 2 probation violation warrants. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. Each of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So your total secured appearance bond is $1,000. If you are able to post bond, make sure you appear for your court date. Failure to appear would result in the loss of any bond that you post, and warrants will issue for your arrest.
Yeah,
That's everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller? And Mr. Ramirez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Mr. Miller, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jeff Miller, 11/7/80.
Thank you. You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. Your warrant, so you had 2. You have 1 warrant for $500 and the other one was for $750. So your total secured appearance bond is $1,250. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the loss of the bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, will you please come to the podium? And Ticia Morgan, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Yeah, I have no idea what an affiliate link is.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Edward Ramirez,
And your date of birth?
January 2nd, 1981.
Thank you. You are here today on a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. Your warrant, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you're able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond that you post would be lost. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I won't be DMing you. I'm not interested in getting affiliated. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. George Rojas, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Oh, okay. Mr. Francisco Bosco, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Thank you.
What up, Tammy?
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Patricia Morgan, 2494.
What up, Brittany?
Thank you. You are here today on 3 matters. You have 1 new case, and then you have 2 probation violation warrants. On the new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your probation violation warrants, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both of those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on July 10th at 8:30. Each of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So between your 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for all of your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond that you post will be lost. Warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
And like that, she's gone, like a candle in the wind.
Francisco and Ms. Mays, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Francisco Basoco, December 1st, 2005.
Thank you. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 2 counts of organized retail theft, class 4 felonies, alleged to have occurred on October 2nd of 2023 and October 4th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on July 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 21st at 8:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, as well as failure to comply with your release conditions, which include no returning to the scene of the alleged crime or initiating any contact with the alleged victims. Failure to appear or failure to comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you a paper.
I do have some questions. So I just wanted to inform you that about the warrant. I didn't know. The officer told me I had a warrant for a year, and I had no idea the whole time. I never got a letter, a phone call,
That's
nothing.
not unusual. What will happen is that something will come to you in the mail. If you've moved from the time that you had police contact, if the address changed, you may not receive it. And so when that comes back, when the mail returns back, then a warrant is issued. That will be the only way to have you come in and address the issue. So it's nothing negative is noted. It's just that you didn't, there was no correct information for you, so a warrant was issued.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Mays, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Montano, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So Ms. Mays, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sarah Mays, January 10th, 2001.
You are here today because a warrant was issued out of Goodyear Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on July 23rd at 1 p.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
So please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court date, the recommended bond for you in this matter was, it looks like $578. So if you don't appear for your court date, another warrant is going to issue for your arrest, and that's going to, at a minimum, probably be your bond, and that will likely be imposed if you fail to appear. Do you understand? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Montano, will you please come to the podium? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Mohar Montano Duarte, December 1st, 92.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on July 17th. The date of those alleged offenses is September 19th of 2024. You will have a status conference hearing on July 17th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on July 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. If you fail to appear for your court dates or you fail to comply with your release conditions, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, you'll step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sukang, if you'll please come to the podium. And Ms. Lowry, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Devin Sukang, April 27, 2007.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 4 counts of criminal trespass, class 2 misdemeanors. The dates of those offenses are June 17th, May 12th, May 24th, and June 2nd of this year. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts. Due to the nature of the offenses, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You will have an arraignment hearing on July 22nd at 9 a.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
I don't think he's going to do good in jail, but that's just my guess there.
Okay, so we are ready for Mr. Voggler.
Mr.
Would you like Lindsay first?
Oh, I skipped over her name, so thank you for wrangling me this morning.
He got out.
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, it's going to be Lindsay Lowry, 09/24/1996.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of trafficking stolen property, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of theft of a credit card, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of theft or control of property, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The date of these alleged offenses is October 25th of 2024.
Naomi, thank you.
This didn't save my... I appointed an attorney for her as well. And so I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on July 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 21st at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear? If you fail to comply with your release conditions, which include you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. A failure to comply or failure to appear for your court dates would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Damn it, eh? Off to harbor she goes. Putting on an act. Oh, all right, here comes the state. What kind of case do you guys think this is going to be here? They didn't say clear the room, so it might not be a bad case.
Good morning.
What up, JB?
Mr. Voggler, will you please state your first and last name?
Paul Voggler, spelled V as in Victor, Ogler.
And your date of birth?
1/17/1982.
Counsel, would you like to state your appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. David Campbell with DM Cantor. Our office entered a limited notice of appearance for Mr. Voggler for the purposes of this hearing only.
And Ms. Sauer? Thank you. So, Mr. Voggler, you are here as a fugitive of justice. This warrant is out of Minnesota.
Did they ever reply to you, Chad?
I'm going to explain a few things to you regarding the extradition process. You have the right to have an extradition hearing. You're entitled to bond in this matter. You can hire an attorney at your own expense, which you have done. An extradition requires a warrant to be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Minnesota. This extradition process can take between 60 and 90 days. I'm not sure exactly. I know that there's a limited. The state is not. The notice of appearance says the state versus Mr. Voggler. There is no criminal charges from Arizona pending against him. This is a warrant out of Minnesota, so I'm not sure, Mr. Campbell, what you would like to do today or what you've advised your client on.
Sure, and my apologies, Your Honor. That was
it's a stream.
Form notice of appearance that was put together earlier this morning. So at this point, he would not be waiving. He would be asking for a $25,000 secured appearance bond in this case. He has no ties to Minnesota. He has no contact with this alleged victim. He hasn't spoken to her in over 6 years. This is a situation that stems from a father who is simply trying to look out for the best interests of his children. He has tried to go through the necessary court process, speak with law enforcement, do the things that he's supposed to be doing. And on the other side of this whole situation, you have an ex-wife who is attempting to weaponize this entire system and get him put away for something that he is simply trying to, he's simply trying to look out for the best interests of his children.
So, Mr. Campbell, I'm going to go ahead and you can make whatever argument that you want to. I have no jurisdiction over whatever Minnesota orders.
Understood.
So their warrants, and typically when we receive these warrant requests for fugitive of justice, we simply affirm whatever the bond is and whatever is recommended because we don't have jurisdiction and we do not have access to records. Here, the the warrant has a cash bond in the amount of $100,000. And then a limited information regarding the charges that were filed. And that's pretty much all the information that this court has. And so we would affirm that at this point, I would affirm whatever the bond is in the warrant. You would have a court date, an initial hearing in front of Judge Spencer or Commissioner Spencer on July 21st at 1:30. And if you will be representing him, then I imagine that you would probably be working on getting any other information from Minnesota, but and I'm not sure if you're licensed in Minnesota or not. So I'm not sure like how representation goes in these matters that are out of state. But that's how, for me at this time, I would be affirming the bond that is in the warrant.
Somebody's in the,
So for the bond, for the purposes of the fugitive of justice bond here, the bail here in Arizona.
It's not that, it's what's in the warrant.
So the bond for the warrant is for the state of Minnesota.
And
so I'm asking for his bail while he's pending extradition to be set at $25,000 secured here in Arizona.
He's not being charged with anything here in Arizona, so it's not appropriate for me to do that. What's appropriate is that he's here as a fugitive of justice out of Minnesota, and this is an extradition process that it's going to be working between the state of Arizona and the state of Minnesota on getting him to back to Minnesota. So the options are that he can pay the bond, or the other option is that he could waive the extradition process. If he chooses to waive the extradition process, he would not be eligible for bond, and Minnesota would have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick him up.
Damn, she writes loud. She's definitely putting that pen to paper, if you will. He ain't going anywhere. He's gonna get picked up. You ain't going nowhere, buddy.
He does not want to waive. We will work on.
And actually, I will change that, because the way that it reads is that it's a bond or cash bail, $100,000. I can change that to secured appearance. Ms. Howard, did you want to be heard on anything since you were here?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would ask that the court affirms the bond as issued by the Minnesota?
Yeah.
Minnesota. And I believe Your Honor said it was cash.
No, so when I went back, I reviewed the warrant again just to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. And I did miss that it said bond or cash bail in the amount of $100,000. So it appears to me that if it's saying bond, that it could be a secured bond, secured or cash, either or.
Is this live?
That's my interpretation of the warrant without any further information, because there's very limited information.
Interpret that a little bit differently.
Okay, well, you can share your interpretation, because it just says bond or cash bail. But there's the or in between. It says bond or cash bail.
You know what I could do with 100,000 smackaroonies?
It said $100,000 bond or cash bail. That's the whole sentence. $100,000 bond or cash bail. That's the whole sentence.
Hey, what up, Molly?
$100,000 and then bond or cash bail, but both of them would apply to the $100,000.
Correct. So I'm going to interpret it that it is a secured appearance bond of $100,000.
I'll pay on my house, right?
And Your Honor, I would agree with your assessment there, and we would ask that you impose a secured appearance bond at this point.
Okay, so I am going to order a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. You will have a hearing on July 21st at 1:30. We just need to reprint out the order, and I believe that takes care of everything that we can do here today regarding this matter. If there's nothing further from either counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Hold on, one second. We'll go back here. Just give me 2 seconds.
Ms. Howard, are you also going to be appearing on the Blanche matter as well?
Yes.
Okay.
That fool ain't going nowhere.
JP Court, needs gallery clear, please.
Ooh, clear the
And then
gallery.
Mr. Rojas is a house call. Do we know why?
He's on Tuesday motion.
Okay. George Rojas, date of birth, June 13th, 1973. He is here on a warrant out of El Mirage Municipal Court. He is not physically present in court today due to concerns of self-harm. Due to the nature of the charge, he is not entitled to court-appointed counsel. He does have an arraignment hearing on July 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release him on his own recognizance. He will be advised that if he fails to appear for his court date, that a warrant would issue for his arrest and a bond will be imposed. After I meet with Mr. Rojas, if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing.
Clear the gallery. That's what she said, right? She said clear the gallery? I think that's what she said.
Give me, see, Pat.
I think they're about done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stop right there. Alfred, stop right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Voggler, right around.
Sorry, you're good.
And then, Mr. Campbell, I believe we have a copy of, or did you get your copy of the?
Yeah,
Okay. Then the deputy will let you out.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, John.
All right.
What up, Bells? Hey, Alex C4, thank you for the...
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that follow. Highly appreciate that. Be like Alex. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Don't be a Scrooge
Mr.
McDuck.
Brown, if you will just come to the podium, thank you so much.
Don't be a Mr.
Sir,
Krabby
can you
Patty.
say your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joshua Bloom, August 10th, 2006.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 2 counts of molestation of a child.
Ah, wow. That's why they cleared out the...
I believe this is a Class 2 felony. I'm so sorry the felony class is not noted, but I believe it's a Class 2 felony.
For sure, Bells. He definitely started young. Too young. Unbelievable.
I'll be with everybody in just a moment. I'm just going to look up, make sure.
Basura, trash. He did what? I can't even repeat it. That word's not even in my vocabulary. Can't even use that. Sickening, just sickening.
So, molestation of a child, a Class 2 felony, 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor.
Somebody needs to unplug the keyboard. Hopefully they put him in the wrong holding cell, if you will. I don't know, man. It's just... the things people will do when they think that people are not looking. Cell 16.
is a Class 6 felony.
With Big Al.
One count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation. Believe is a Class 6 felony. And
Man, individuals like that should be going to. Those are the individuals that should be putting in the Everglades Alcatraz, if you will. Not people that are working. You tell me you start throwing people
the
like
Class
that over
2
there
felony.
with those type of charges.
I did find probable cause as to, and the date of these alleged offenses is September 24th of 2024. I did find probable cause as to all of the counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on July 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on July 11th at 8:30. Ms. Sauer, do you want to be heard on release conditions or the state's recommendations at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting a high cash bond in the amount of $250,000 based on the nature of the allegations, the repetitiveness occurring on more than one occasion, the age of the victim, only 14 years old, and further if posted, obviously no returning to the scene, which I believe was the victim's house, no contact with that victim, but no contact with any minors and no internet at all, because the Form 4 indicates the defendant was trolling on social media and found and lured the victim in that manner and could potentially attempt to do so with more underage minors.
Alcatraz, they're saying,
also a posted electronic monitoring is requested.
Don't cover your face now, buddy.
The court did consider the state's recommendations prior to the hearing. I also reviewed the probable cause statement as well as the financial information and the criminal history of Mr. Blount. Based on all of that, I am going to order a $100,000 secured appearance bond.
On the 19th,
if you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services with electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. You cannot have any contact with any minor children. You cannot access the internet through any electronic means. You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. Ms. Sauer, did you want to be heard on anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of, Mr. Blount. If you are Blount, I'm so sorry. Do you have any questions for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the officer, we did have to reprint out his order. So we're going to grab that for you, and then you can go ahead and go into holding. This concludes the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 a.m.
So he did some pretty disgusting things to a 14-year-old child. We'll leave it at that. I'm gonna switch over to a different court right now. Let's see what we have going on today.
Court date is going to be July 14th at 10:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. You do have to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that, Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
You're all done for today, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, this is Pima County. This is live also. Let me see, turn it a little bit so you guys can see the individuals right here. All right, there we go. Hopefully,
Hi, tell me your name.
Andrew Price Tribble.
Mr. Trouble, you're being
What up,
seen
Brent?
today on, looks like a Justice Marana City Court matter,
can't
but
believe
it
that,
also
Turner.
looks like you have some felonies that you're being held on. So we're here to talk about your conditions of release. on
up,
a drug
CY?
paraphernalia and failure to appear in Marana City Court
All right, Hector,
dating
have a
back
good one.
to, it looks like November of 24 was
What up,
the
Tammy?
offense date, and they issued a warrant after you failed to appear in January of
Why do they
2025.
sound like the same
You
judge?
do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
What up, Taylor? He's looking tough.
I am going to release
What
you
up,
on
the
the
one and
Marana
real
City Court case, so that's not going to continue to hold you, and I'm going to give you a future court date on that.
Pima
But
County
you're
is
not
Tucson.
actually going to get released until
What up,
your
Renee?
felony matter gets resolved. Do you
Nicole?
understand that, sir?
Yes.
So
My father died. My father died yesterday in my arms, and like I
In
did.
your arms.
I'm the only one out there to be able to establish like a funeral services or cremation for him.
You're not out there.
And so I don't
You're on
know.
the inside.
I got arrested because I called 911
Okay.
basically to get him an ambulance, and that's why I'm here. And
So, Mr.
I
Trump,
don't.
If he died in your
who's
arms,
your
what you
Yeah.
call an ambulance
do you
for?
know who your attorney is on the felony case that you're being held on?
Kitty, or her name's yeah, she's
Is she a public
I don't-
defender? Is she with the
yeah,
public defender's office?
yeah, she is.
I would encourage you to call them. Like I said, this matter that I'm seeing you on today, I don't have anything to do with the felony case. I'm not here to talk about that one at all. What I'm telling you is on this misdemeanor case out of Marana, I'm going to release you
What
and
up,
give you a
Angela?
new court date of August 6th at 10. Now, if for some reason you're still in custody, the jail will make sure you appear, or help you appear or figure that out with Marana court. But if you do
Thank you,
get
Brent.
released, you have to appear in Marana City Court at that date and time. If you get released, you're going to get paperwork, and that will help you remember because it'll have the date and time on it and where you need to be. I'm very sorry to hear about your father. I would strongly encourage you to get a hold of your attorney on your felony case and see if there's something that they can do to help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
Right? That's all for today on this matter, Mr. Tribble.
Imagine if that's true what he said.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Troy Anthony Clayton Jr.
Mr. Clayton, you are here today on a charge of criminal trespass. It's a warrant out of Tucson City Court. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. If I release you on this charge, will you promise to actually go to City Court and get this resolved?
Yes.
Right. I am going to release you on this charge today. You're not allowed to return back to the incident location wherever that criminal trespass occurred. Do not go back there. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be August 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning at Tucson City Court. You must appear at that date and time. If you don't, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you don't go to court?
Yes, ma'am.
When you get released later today, you are going to get copies of the paperwork. It's going to have the date and time and also the address and phone number for Tucson City Court. Make sure you take that piece of paper with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Well done.
And for anybody that's wondering, just be aware that everybody, normally there's a higher percentage of people just getting released in Pima County. There's a lot of DUIs, there's a lot of
Ma'am, tell me your name.
and a lot of shoplifting.
Ms. Gagola, you are here today
Get
on
out.
charges of, says aggravated assault, but they are misdemeanor offenses. So
Anybody
assault
interested?
and contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Anybody want to pick
These
her
are
up?
misdemeanor charges currently out of Tucson City Court. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say
What up,
can and
Jenna?
will be used against you.
She's
If I
sleeved up.
release you
Hell
on
yeah,
these
right,
charges
straight
today, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes.
You are also not going to be allowed to have any contact with the victims in this case who were your minor children. Based on the
Nah,
information that
Turner.
I've reviewed from pretrial services, who's prepared a report for me, it does look like DCS is involved in your case and they are representing your children.
Oh,
If I release
that's
you, you're
not
going to
good.
have to agree to abide by that condition. Do you understand?
Yes.
You must also abide by any DCS conditions
Is she crying? Is that a make a cry
and
face?
commit no acts of domestic violence.
can, because she's kind of pixelated.
Will you agree to do all of that if I release you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I am going to release you on your promise to appear with those conditions today. This is also the time for your arraignment. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. Your next court date is going to be August 4th at 9 o'clock in front of Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. You do have to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence and set future hearings, including a trial in your absence. If you're convicted at trial and can't be sentenced in 90 days, you could also lose your right to an appeal. Do you understand all of those consequences if you don't show up for court?
Yes, ma'am.
You are all done for today.
Marco Martinez? Marco Martinez? No.
Hey, what up, Renee B_6. So this is Tucson,
Martinez, Marco.
or Pima County, if you will, the city of Tucson. She I think she was abusing her kids because DCFS was involved, or CPS, depending on what state you're in. That's right,
This is to your left. 5 steps is a home chair. There's a desk right here. Chair in front of you. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Oh, Marco Antonio Martinez Jr.
Mr. Martinez, you are here today on charges of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. They are all domestic violence offenses. Out of Tucson City Court, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is the time for us to talk about your release conditions on this charge. Had an opportunity to review some information prepared by pretrial services on this case. The information tells me that the victim of these offenses is your mother. If I release you today on these charges, Mr. Martinez, will you promise to show up in court at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are not going to be allowed to live with your mom or have any contact with her until that court date or until a judge changes that. Do you have somewhere else that you can reside?
Yeah.
All right. So I will release you on your promise to appear. You're not to commit any acts of domestic violence. You cannot have any contact with your mom. Don't go anywhere near where she is living and working, and make sure you have an alternative address. Is there anything at that home that you need to go there to get that you can't live without?
Clothes, miss.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is check a box on the form for your conditions of release. You're going to get a copy of that paperwork today that says you can return to that address one time with law enforcement to retrieve your belongings. So what you'll do is take a copy of the paperwork to a nearby police substation or call 911 and let them know that you need to go get your belongings involving a domestic violence case, and then they will meet you at the house, and then you can get your belongings. Do you understand all of that?
Right there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is the time for your arraignment on these charges as well. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Your next court date is August 5th at 9:30. That's going to be at Tucson City Court in front of Judge Bond. You do have to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They can also go forward with that hearing in your absence and set future hearings, including a trial in your absence. If that trial goes forward and you're convicted, you could also lose your right to a direct appeal if you're not sentenced within 90 days. Do you understand all those consequences for failing to appear?
Yeah.
Right. You're all done for today, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, how many of you want to see Polk County? Because they just let me in. I think court's going to start in about 15 minutes. So
hey, sir, tell me your name.
We'll be swapping over.
Jacob Daniel Skidmore.
Mr. Skidmore, you are here today on warrants out of Tucson City Court for, looks like, an animal not wearing a tag, drug paraphernalia, disorderly conduct, and another drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say kind of will be used against you. Looks like you also have a DOC hold. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do on this case, sir, is hold you on a $500 bond. We're here to talk about your conditions of release on the Tucson City Court cases. So I'm going to impose a $500 cash bond today and appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. They're going to do a video review hearing with you on July 11th at 1:45. That hopefully will get your Tucson City Court matters resolved, and then you would be able to go get your DOC matters handled. Do you understand all of that?
Yeah.
If for some reason you do get released before that July 11th date, you are responsible for appearing at that date and time at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. And actually, if you do get released, your hearing date gets kicked out to August 4th. So if you get released, I'm going to have that information for you. It'll be on paperwork that you'll get if for some reason you get released.
Is that any
Then
dog
how
you
would I
have
get
to register?
released?
Huh?
How would that be happen?
I don't think it is going to happen, but
Oh,
I don't, if for, the only way that's going to happen is if DOC lifts the hold. But what I have to make sure is that you understand the consequences if you don't show up for court, that they could issue a warrant for you, and we've got both dates.
What up, Danny?
So the likelihood is you'll be seen via video like you're doing today on July 11th, and someone from the city public defender's office will be in touch, okay?
Thank
Okay, you're all done.
you.
Your Honor, can we waive reading the charges for Mr. Clevenger, please?
I don't usually
Damn,
read,
I feel Frank, man. You got it rough out there in Tucson.
yes, is
My
there
heart
someone
goes out
else
to you.
around him?
No, Your Honor, but no, Your Honor.
Okay.
And anybody
Hi,
that
sir.
lives in
Tell me your
Tucson,
name.
Travis Arthur Clevenger.
I tip my hat off to you.
Mr. Clevenger, you are here today on a charge that I want your attorney to show you. Do you have something, Miss Adams, on the screen that you can at least show him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
I don't think so,
Are
Whiskey.
you able to see the screen, sir, to see the charge
Damn,
that you're here
J-Dog.
for today?
Let's see if where knows.
I don't think they said what his charge is yet.
Mr. Clevenger, did you see the charge?
Oh, if they're not seeing the
So
charge,
that
is
is
something
the charge that you are here for today. This is the time for your initial appearance where we're going to talk about your conditions of release. You do have the right to remain silent on this charge. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint David Wilkinson as a contract attorney to represent you. You do have an attorney today from the public defender's office seated with you for purposes of these
I'm in
proceedings.
Polk County Court thing right
I've
now
had the
for
opportunity to
first
review some
appearances, it
information
says.
provided
Is that
by
the one?
pretrial services. They gave me a report that tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense.
That was Polk County.
I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to their request for conditions of release. They're asking for a $7,500 bond at this time. I am inclined to impose a bond in the amount of $5,000. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor, given that Mr. Clevenger has no, given that Mr. Clevenger has no failure to appear in the last 2 years, and this is a nonviolent offense, we'd ask the court to consider lowering the bond or release pretrial services.
So, Mr. Clevenger, I am going to impose that $5,000 bond today. It is a, if you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You will have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms. If you do get released, you're going to get a copy of your court paperwork, and you do have to go to the sheriff's department to take care of some things within 2 working days following your release, and that information will be on your court paperwork. Your next hearing is going to be July 14th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That hearing may or may not occur, but if you fail to appear for future hearings, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
Thank you,
It'll be important that you stay in contact with your attorney if you get released. If you stay in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear for your next hearing. Do you understand all of your conditions of release, Mr. Clevenger?
Clevenger. Failure to register.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing? Okay, you're all done for today, Mr. Clevenger.
Wood chipper. Feet first.
Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Hold on.
Abigail Mendoza.
Ms. Mendoza, you are here today on charges of child abuse, endangerment, a hit and run damaging a vehicle, another criminal damage, and an aggravated DUI. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this case. I am going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you. You do have counsel seated with you today from the public defender's office for these proceedings. This is the time to discuss your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. Tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of this offense. I've reviewed the state's recommendation as to your conditions of release. They're asking for a $2,500 bond. I am inclined to impose a $5,000 bond on this case. I understand that there is no criminal history. However, I am concerned given the nature of the offenses in this case. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Ms. Adams.
Yes, Your Honor. Given the fact that she does have no criminal history, she has no failures to appear. She is a lifelong Tucson resident, and her age, she's 20 years old. I'd ask for release of pretrial services or an alternative to lower the bond.
Ms. Mendoza, I am going to impose a $5,000 cash or secured bond today. If you are able to post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You will have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to have any alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license. And you can't have any firearms while this case is going on.
What up, no face?
You're also not going to be allowed to have contact with the victims in this case at this time. To the extent that DCS is involved, you must abide by any conditions DCS imposes. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yes.
8 minutes. 8 minutes for Polk County.
Your next hearing is going to be July 14th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That hearing may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearings?
Yes.
If you do get released, it'll be really important that you stay in contact with your attorney so you don't miss your court dates. If you do stay in custody, the jail will make sure you get transported for your hearings. You're all done for today, Ms. Mendoza.
And hopefully all you guys are doing good today. Get ready, because it's about to get wild right now in Polk County. Hey, this judge has nothing on that judge. The judge that we're going to see right now in Polk County, they're rude as hell. Super rude, and they move quick. It's going to be like a freaking, like, what is it? What do you call it? A conveyor belt of people just coming through. Yeehaw! Do you have any ongoing cases? Do you have any ongoing cases? What? No ongoing cases. And it looks like it's a full house. I'm gonna give you guys
Hi, sir. Tell me your
right
name.
now. Look, it's on right now.
For this, Alistair, Canada, King of Lavington.
That's what
Mr. Canada, you are here today on a warrant out of San Diego.
San Diego.
Yes, ma'am. But
hang on.
Slow your horses.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney here in Arizona on these charges. I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you.
Yes, ma'am. I am demanding my release. The social security number on the warrant does not match my social security number.
I was not supposed to be brought in.
What? If the glove don't fit, you
The
must
information that I have is that this is a post-adjudication warrant. Is that the information that the jail has as well?
Social security numbers do not match, ma'am.
Mr. Canada, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the jail. You're not going to want to speak. That's information you can talk to your attorney from the legal defender's office about. That's not information that I'm going to talk with you about today.
How you like that?
Jail, are you showing that it is a post-adjudication warrant?
Consequences. False imprisonment.
Sorry, jail, I can't hear you.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
This judge is not playing around.
I've had a chance to review the state's recommendation. It looks like they're asking for a $10,000 bond on this matter.
We're just waiting for the state attorney and we'll be ready to get this
Mr.
started. I
Poston, if it's
apologize for the wait.
post-adjudication, are you asking for the bond in lieu of a hearing?
Who said that?
Your Honor, the state leaves it to the court's discretion.
Ms. Adams, did you want to be heard?
Your Honor, we'd ask for an extradition hearing to be set.
So because this is a post-adjudication matter, Mr. Canada, you're going to be held without bond at this time, and you're going to have a hearing in Pima County Superior Court on July 8th at 2:30. The legal defender's office will represent you, and you will have an opportunity to talk with them and be seen by the court so that you can discuss conditions of release for the future.
Lena, thank you. He didn't do nothing. It wasn't him. The warrant was for somebody else with a different social security number.
You know what I'm asking?
Okay, if the jail would swear in the inmates down there.
No, ahead of time.
Everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hands to be sworn in. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, say I do. You may be seated. The second row, second one is up.
Today, we're here for first appearances. There's 4 basic things that's going to happen. I'm going to find out if you have an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you need an attorney, I will appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. There's $50 application fee, and the fee at the end of the case may be assessed as well. However, it will be less than obviously the private attorney.
Oh, we got a full.
Additionally, I will advise you of the charges against you. I will let you know whether or not there was probable cause in the paperwork that has been given to me to make a determination if it's appropriate. And I will look at your bond and see if it is something that I can adjust or give you a bond, because in many cases, it's at a no bond now. They can't be. So when you hear your name called, if you will approach, and do we have the interpreter here? Well, let's do the people that are in the private attorneys that are in.
The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cordinius got 2 privates. One of them, I think, is Spanish. Can I take these?
Oh, don't need Spanish from me.
Okay, let's do it real quick.
Okay.
That's one of the interpreters right there.
Here, Trinidad Cross on behalf of the Tompkins.
Recruitment Center.
First name Calvis.
Last name again?
Tompkins, Tompkins. Representing the non-limited appearance, Your Honors.
Limited notice. You're planning on, you think you're gonna give retained and stay on it?
I hope so. That's up to him.
Sir, you're here today on a felony battery domestic violence.
Why?
It would appear you do have an attorney at the moment, at least. Do you plan on retaining her?
Yes.
We give the report real quick. And then we'll go into the next one. Yeah. Thanks.
What up, Amber?
This was the warrant. That's why. This is a BOP warrant.
No, Your Honor. It's just a domestic based regulation.
What?
And information was filed on June 27th.
That's all bad.
It's correct. Information filed.
Oh, okay. When the direct information was filed, it didn't establish a bond or conditions of pretrial release. Sir, I'm going to set a bond that I feel is appropriate in your case, followed with some conditions of pretrial release. Counsel, do you want to say anything first?
To probable cause based on my review of that affidavit, we would just ask for him to be released on pre-trial release conditions of no contact with the victim. He doesn't need to return to the property just to collect some things. He plans on going with his mother in Orlando. So we would just ask for that. And if you're inclined to set a bond, then standard bond, Your Honor.
I am setting the bond, and it is at 5,000, which is standard. I'm going to set the pretrial release conditions, is the domestic violence conditions. So there will be no contact with you and any person named as the victim in the case. And whether it's directly, indirectly, through writing, social media, or any other way, you must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You will not use, possess any weapons, firearms, guns, or ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that the female judge, she's allowed.
So you'll be able to bond out
She's faster.
with that, but you will absolutely have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You understand?
Yes, but I don't know who the alleged victim is.
Well, their name is on the information. Let me find it for you.
Hey, some people do enjoy being in these places. Believe it or not. Us common folks might not enjoy it, but there's some people in there that like being in there. You better believe that. They
Is
get
it
3 meals a day.
Joanna Baez?
They got
Name
cool
sound
outfits.
familiar? Mr. Tompkins?
I have no idea who that is.
They got a bed to sleep in.
All
How
right.
many victims does he have?
Well, you just stay away from the person with the victim, so that should make it easy. Although this doesn't look right. Something's off here.
Don't worry. Do not have to worry about bills, rent, insurance, car.
Date of birth 10/11/87. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes. All right, you should not have that.
This is Florida.
Well,
Danny.
just put John Baez. It's just listed as a victim. So
All right, Mr. Tompkins, contact our office. Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
This is Florida. This is Polk County, Florida.
Oh, man. Until you get 2%.
Yes, Judge. Clear showing for the
That's right,
record, I'm
Lowry.
here on a limited appearance for Rudy Duran Rodriguez.
All locked up. I don't think they're there because they want to be there. Look at that. Look at this guy right here. What kind of hairdo is that?
Can I see the form?
Jokes on us.
Now, this was warrantless, Judge. It was just based on a police report, and we do have a challenge, probable cause.
All right.
Yes, Judge. I want to reference an order of probation filed in 23 CF 5051 on 5/27/25. It was filed, and it just says that curfew was imposed from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Curfew may be adjusted by probation officer for work purposes, school, or church. Judge, it looks like this officer arrived at a Wawa gas station located on Highway 27.
Not the Wawa.
Knew Mr. Duran Rodriguez to be on probation, saw it was past his curfew, and quite literally just arrested him because it was past his curfew. I have actually a timesheet here that his parents provided me. His mother is waiting outside, and it shows that on the 2nd, he clocked out at 10:51 p.m. Apparently, he stopped for gas and was subsequently arrested without this officer calling his probation officer to see whether or not he was in fact working and had, the permission to be out past his curfew. At this point, with everything I have in my hands, I don't feel there's probable cause to arrest him on a curfew violation.
Damn, that sucks.
So I can show you this if you'd like.
That's scandalous. That fool got up for work.
Anything from his probation officer saying that hey, the curfew has been modified.
Went to pump gas and bam, got caught.
On the order of probation, it says that
It may be modified by the probation
right,
officer.
that's not necessarily up for defense to establish. I mean, at this point, he has now been arrested without a warrant, and there has to be probable cause that he violated his probation. And there's absolutely nothing in front of us that shows that,
Other than him being outside the curfew.
which he was allowed to be for work purposes.
Judge
Can you say
don't.
that? See,
Mr. Rodriguez, don't say anything, please.
I see the history.
Hey, that hair.
Now, he did receive a withhold of adjudication. I was the attorney of record who pled him out to the probation. He received a withhold of adjudication because of his, I think he might have had a juvenile offense at one point in time, but he's never had adult charges before. He's relatively young, has a newborn at home.
Hey, that's why you should never enter the system, because things like
And
this
Judge,
happen.
if Your Honor finds probable cause, we just ask for a bond to be set given the circumstances.
At this point, there's nothing showing that he has permission to be outside that curfew. He was arrested after the curfew, so I would ask that probable cause be found, and I would ask that the defendant be held no bond, and further documentation can be provided for the next court date.
Damn. I think that's a
Well, I'm
prosecutor.
gonna find probable cause because he was outside of his time, but I will set a bond, and that will be 5,000.
5,000?
And he will be in touch with pretrial release, at least 3 times a week.
5,000 accounts.
Damn. Do you guys think he's gonna blow up? I think he's gonna blow up.
There's 2 different cases, Your Honor. There's 23 CF 4949 and 23 CF 5051.
They were all pled on at the same time.
Okay.
Yes.
And then he was on probation for all.
Yes, yes.
So I guess it'd be 5,000 for each.
5 for each? Damn. We're off to a bad start already.
Yeah, no guns, firearms, weapons, or ammunition. And if there is a no contact order with any party, you must abide by that.
I didn't think there was, but we understand. Now, he's also going to be on probation during the time, I'd imagine, as well. So Rudy, as soon as you get out, you need to report to probation.
Yeah, report. Yes, ma'am. Today or tomorrow morning.
So both
Yes, ma'am.
pretrial and, is pretrial open tomorrow?
I don't think so. So it'll be Monday.
So Monday you're reporting to pretrial. I guarantee probation is closed also, but make an attempt, all right?
First thing Monday morning.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Closed.
That's what I do.
I guess your mama bring you out.
I
But they're
see.
they're gonna be closed though.
Michael Benz. BEHM.
Poor fella.
Got it. Yeah, sir, you're here on trespass, failure to leave property. After being ordered, resisting officer with violence, without violence, I apologize. I read those reports. I found probable cause as to each. It would appear you do have an attorney. I'm sitting both those bonds at 1,000.
He didn't blow up.
Is my attorney on the phone?
No, he's right there.
Okay, I can't see.
Sir,
Stay there at the podium, sir.
Back
I'm here
up,
in the
sir.
courtroom, okay?
Back up.
Okay.
You will be tased.
All right. And with regard to his open case.
Yes, sir.
I am going to revoke his bond and hold him Parker.
Okay. As to that, if I may, he's actually an attorney in the state of Illinois. He's been going through a lot of medical issues, which led to the other charges. But I've spoken to his law firm in Illinois, as well as his brother who flew in last night when he
He's
had
a
been
lawyer?
arrested. They've gotten a bed available for him in Illinois through the Illinois bar, actually, for a treatment facility. We're going to get his medications and things under control. So I would be asking the court if the court would consider its discretion to allow him to remain on bond in that case, so that he might return to enter into a treatment facility, or going to actually ask the work to do that, to enter into the facility. His brother is here in the state to escort you back.
We'll go out, pull the warrant up. Or there was no warrant. This was, all right.
This one right here?
I was just wondering which judge had it in front of him.
It's Judge Denmark's case.
Thank you. I've been asked to set that with Judge Denmark to make that request. I don't know anything about his history. It seems reasonable enough to me, but at this time, I just want to take care of first appearance.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot what I called him. Hold on. What is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't give you that case number, did I? It's 25 CT 14389.
CF.
I'm sorry, CF. Thank you.
Transformers. Oh yeah. Oh, they got him. Oh.
And we also have the interpreter as well. But Mr. Burnett, is it?
That's Mr. Lee. Curtis Lee, or Curtis Lee.
Curtis Lee.
He's an attorney.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, I'm here on, it's actually a continuation from yesterday. Willie Hinton Jr.
We got an attorney. Oh no, is it attorney or attorney or translator? Let's get Hinton up here. Let's see here.
Okay. Well, there's a problem.
Because of probable cause required for the state to make.
Did you get any more information, State?
No, Your Honor, I've not received an amended affidavit. My argument today to you, like I made to Judge Gibson yesterday, is that the affidavit does detailed injuries. I believe, at least for first appearance purposes, the injuries detailed in the affidavit would rise to the level of great bodily harm. But otherwise, I don't have any other arguments, and as stated, I don't have any. I don't have a new affidavit.
What up, Jaden?
I know it was continued. I know it was continued from yesterday because I had argued and the judge from yesterday agreed that the affidavit didn't go into enough detail to specify whether or not the hearing loss that was mentioned in the affidavit was a temporary matter or something more permanent, and that's what she had asked for more information related to that, because that based on the affidavit could have been one of those situations where there was just this temporary loss. And it didn't go into sufficient enough detail because under the statute requires permanency that he's been arrested, that he was arrested under, and there was not enough information in the affidavit to support that.
I actually interviewed him on Saturday. I need to upload it. What up? What up, 20 Moonstone? What did this guy do? Did they say what he did? Looking like
certainly enough to support aggravated battery, but not as necessarily enough to evolve it to the F2 as opposed to the F3. So I could find probable cause as to the aggravated battery, and that adds to the great bodily harm, and our civil appropriate bond for that, which would be $5,000. He is to be placed on pre-trial release. If he is released, he will stay away from the named victims in the reports. He will have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third party. He will not use, possess any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition until this matter is resolved. You understand that, counsel?
I understand, Your Honor.
All right. And thank you, sir. I think you understand what's going on here. You brought back for the second day, so I'm going to let you step to your left, and your counsel will take care of it from here. You're on here full time, right? This is not a limited appearance.
What up, Taurus?
We haven't determined that yet, Your Honor.
All right. I'll put you down as limited appearance for now, but if he gets out and is able to retain you, let us know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day.
You too.
F3.
I just want to make sure I put it on.
Yeah, I like the female judge. She's a lot quicker. She's more spicy.
It is right. Let's see that, sir.
She's muy caliente.
You still need to swear in that.
She's a firecracker.
To swear in this baby.
Yeah, you definitely do. Can I? Well, we swore in the courtroom, didn't we?
Would it? The interpreter didn't.
Yeah, Tony, are you there still? Ms. Cordinius?
Excuse me, sir?
So Ms. Cordinius, are you still there? Yes.
Yes, I am.
If you would swear in the Spanish ones and I'll give your caveat, the beginning speech.
Yes. Can the bailiff at Central maybe do it so that I can then follow?
Yes. Can you have all the Spanish rise, please?
Todos las personas que van a necesitar intérprete, pónganse de pie, por favor.
All right, if you raise your right hands.
That'll be me.
Si ustedes pueden alzar la mano derecha.
You swear or affirm any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Juran y afirman que el testimonio que van a dar hoy será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. ¿Lo juran por Dios?
Sí.
En voz alta.
Sí, sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And remember that these proceedings are being recorded. Anything you say can be used against you. It's best just to tell me if you need an attorney.
Recuerden ustedes que todo lo que está sucediendo, el proceso de hoy está siendo grabado, así que cualquier cosa que ustedes digan puede ser usado en su contra. Mejor que ustedes, es mejor que me digan que quieren un abogado.
You want to call the Spanish?
All right, I needed to stretch my legs.
Justini Medina.
Medina?
Medina, we got Medina coming.
Somebody else in the microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's the first one.
All right.
Not
You're
the
here
originator.
on a driving on suspended license, first offense. I've read the reports, I reviewed them, found probable cause existed. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Señor, ¿está usted aquí por estar conduciendo con la licencia suspendida como un primer delito? Ya he leído el informe y repasado. Encuentro que hay motivo fundado. Señor, ¿y usted ya tiene un abogado?
No.
No.
Do you have money to retain an attorney?
¿Tiene usted los medios para contratar uno?
No.
Oh.
No.
All right, I will appoint an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender.
Entonces yo le voy a asignar. I'm sorry, Your Honor, go
I
ahead.
will say your bond at 1,000.
Muy bien, entonces yo le voy a asignar un abogado de la oficina del abogado de oficio. Tiene usted una fianza de $1,000.
However, you're actively on probation in case number 24CT 4954. On that probation, is there a warrant or is this?
No, it's just he's on probation, so
Okay.
just letting you know.
I'm gonna be signing an instanter warrant. So you have to wait to see that judge.
Entonces, señor, sin embargo, ha determinado que usted tiene una libertad probatoria activa en el caso 24CT 4954. En este caso, voy a emitir una orden instantánea de que en cumplimiento de su probatoria, así que usted, entonces ahora mismo voy a firmar esa orden. Usted va a tener que esperar y ver a ese juez.
Good
Okay.
luck, step to your left.
Pase a la izquierda.
We have Delgado Ponce de Leon.
Delgado.
Sir, do you have an attorney?
Señor, ¿ya tiene usted un abogado?
No.
No.
Do you have money to hire a counsel?
¿Y tiene usted los medios para contratar un abogado?
No.
No.
All right, today you're here charged with possession of cannabis, not more than 20 grams. Bond has previously been set at 1,000. You're here on drugs, kept in a vehicle, etc., which is just a misdemeanor, and that's going to be set at 1,000, or is it at 1,000? Attaching unassigned tag at 250. Possession of drug paraphernalia at 1,000 and DWLSR at 250. I will appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. I found probable cause as to each, and I wish you good luck. Stay in touch with your attorney, sir.
Señor, está usted aquí por un cargo de posesión de cannabis de no más de 20 gramos con una
Cannabis.
fianza de $1,000. Tiene un cargo también de tener drogas en su vehículo, la fianza es de $1,000. Tiene también usted un cargo de posesión de parafernalia, la fianza es de $1,000 y $250 por costo de, perdón, por conducir con la licencia suspendida. Y he encontrado que hay motivo fundado y yo le asigno un abogado de oficio. Buena suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Lara Alvarado.
Lara Alvarado.
She's about to get the flashlight treatment.
It's Lara, L-A-R-A.
Got it. Ma'am, you're here today charged with battery, touch or strike, charged with tampering with physical evidence, you're charged with criminal mischief, 200, greater than 200, but less than 1,000.
Señor, está usted aquí por un cargo de agresión física, por manipulación de pruebas físicas y también por causar daños criminales de más de 200, pero menos de $1,000.
I'm going to be setting bonds for the battery, touch or strike, 5,000, for the tampering with physical evidence, 5,000, for criminal mischief, 1,000.
Entonces las fianzas voy a fijar en el cargo de agresión física son $5,000, por el cargo de manipulación de pruebas son $5,000, por el cargo de causar daños criminales la fianza es de $1,000.
Can you afford an attorney or do I need to appoint one?
¿Usted tiene los medios para contratar un abogado o usted quiere que yo le asigne uno?
Quiero que me asigne uno.
Can you appoint me one?
I will appoint you an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender, as long as you qualify.
Le voy a asignar un abogado de la oficina de la Defensoría Pública, siempre y cuando usted califique.
1 second, what's going on in the background?
Fucking touch me, right, bitch.
Is that one of the phones?
No, that's
That's in the courtroom, Judge.
All right. Now you may proceed and score any as sorry.
Le asigné un abogado de oficio de la Defensoría Pública.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
You appointed. Thank you. Next, and I think we only have one more.
Yes, we have a Creole.
We have
Solomon.
Solomon.
We have one more Spanish also.
¿Usted habla español?
No.
¿Que habla creol?
Creole.
Doris Salomon.
Is he Creole or?
He speaks Creole.
Oh, okay.
So who's the last Spanish?
And do we have anybody that can do Creole for
Assietez-vous,
us?
s'il vous plaît. Assietez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, snap. She speaks
Monsieur?
multiple languages.
Oui.
Assietez-vous, s'il vous plaît. Sit down.
Blue are women, orange are men.
He seems to have English better than French.
We don't know the name on this one.
¿Cuál es el
Bien.
apellido suyo?
Anthony Ray.
I'm sorry, what was it?
¿Cuál es?
Anthony Ray.
Ray?
Sí.
Ray.
What's the last name? Spell it for me.
¿Cuál es el apellido? Deletrelo.
W-R-I.
W. Anthony Ray.
R-A-Y.
Anthony W-R-A-Y.
Sí.
Gotcha. So you're here for a violation of probation on written threats signed by Judge Cumby. It sets no bond, so you'll have to go back in front of her before you are able to bond out. It's a the VOP for written threats to kill. Sir, do you need an attorney?
Señor, está usted aquí por un cargo de incumplimiento de libertad probatoria por enviar amenazas por escrito. La orden de aprehensión fue firmada por la jueza Camby y no le da fianza hasta que usted va a tener que pasar frente a ella para que le informe de la fianza.
Right, crazy.
Okay. No, no necesito un abogado. Yo tengo Randy Blankenship.
Your Honor, Mr. Ray speaks English.
No, I figured that one out myself.
Yeah.
Sí,
His
pero
Spanish
yo
is quite good,
entiendo.
but-
I understand better in Spanish, but yes, I do speak English as well.
Very well. So you want to hire Blankenship?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you want me to schedule this over for tomorrow and bring you back so Mr. Blankenship can be here?
No, that's all right.
All right, currently being held no bond. I'm gonna put that you're gonna hire Randy for Mr. Blankenship, and you have to go back and Perkins Judge County. You have a good day. Set for your life.
Thank you, sir.
Right in here.
Nice.
You want to
try.
make an announcement?
Nice
Yes, sir.
try.
¿Alguien más que vaya a necesitar intérprete? No response, Your Honor. And I'll check on that Creel. We actually have somebody with Judge Denmark, but I don't know how long he's going to be there, and I'll have him come in here.
That works, and if he pops in, let him know to tell me he's here, so we can go ahead and take care of that. But if for some reason he cannot, and we get to the end of the docket, I'll put it till tomorrow and ask for you to get one for then.
I don't think it'll be an issue. He should be able to appear once he's done with Judge Denmark, unless they're not calling him right away. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have one in person. All right.
Rose, R-O-C-E.
Rose. Ms. Rose?
That's,
Ma'am, do you have an attorney? I'm going to appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with tampering with evidence. The bond has previously been set at 5,000. Resisting officer without violence. The bond was previously set at 1,000. Possession of paraphernalia. The bond was set at 1,000. Possession of cocaine. The bond was set at 5,000. Failure to appear, battery, touch, or strike.
She's right here.
There was a bond of 1,000 that had previously been set. An RC had been appointed to that case. I've reviewed the paperwork, found probable cause as to each count. I'm going to leave the bonds where they are, so you have a chance of bonding out if somebody's willing to help you. But you do have an attorney now to talk to, so you can hopefully expedite things along. Have a good day.
Damn, Granny has a bunch of charges. She's like 100 years old.
South County? Yeah. You can call your.
South County, Alexander Corey. Meredith for waive reading.
And the lady boy's still waiting right here.
18 control.
All right.
Yes.
Sir, you're here on.
We call it waive reading.
Okay, the defense attorney in the room is waived reading the charges. I would tell you, I'm setting your bond, I'm giving you a bond too. On the two that you're being held no bond at 5,000 each.
They're open.
There's 1,000 on count one, 1,000 on count two, 1,000 on count
More than meets that.
5, and 250 on 6. Is that right? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Matt.
I'm going, do you need me to appoint the Office of Public Defender, sir, or are you gonna hire an attorney? On your own?
Public defender, please, sir.
All right. I will appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. I've reviewed the reports, found probable cause. Have a nice day, and you can step your left.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I do see that, Lowry. Or, sorry, Armando.
South, pronounce the name.
They'll be for tomorrow, Amber. Yep, 4th of July.
ELANTON, sir.
Thank you.
Maricopa for sure tomorrow.
This is the last one.
Who does it remote on the mediation? No, this one's Blanton, the LA.
So you're here for two warrants out of county. There's a hold, no bond hold. We will bring you back on 7/10 at 1 PM if you're still in custody, to discuss. Then pick you up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Don't give me leave.
Guy? I got you.
It wasn't me. It was the one that was the one leg man.
There it goes.
So you're on possession of prescription drug without the prescription. The bond has previously been set at 250. Petty theft, first offense, the bond has previously been set at 250. Possession of drug paraphernalia, the bond was previously set at 1,000. Possession of methamphetamines, the bond was previously set at 5,000. Sir, do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Did you need to appoint one?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender. Have read the reports found probable cause as to each count. So you should be able to find out somebody, was he on the? Thank you. Yeah, we're good. Except your left or roll to your left, I guess.
He had a prescription medication
Yes, he was.
without having the prescription.
This is Low, LOWP. Love that.
You're here for trespasser on property other than a structure or conveyance, resisting an officer without violence. Both of those bonds previously been set at $1,000. Sir, do you have the money to hire an attorney?
What up, Jessica?
No.
Our appointed attorney to represent you.
100,000
I leave
likes?
the bonds where they are.
Thank you, guys.
And I found probable cause from the reports. Have a good day, sir. You may step to your left.
What day is the job for it?
We don't have another court date for you. You have to go to your public defense for it. Macomber, Daniel?
Yes.
Here comes
Number
Bam Bam
MAC.
Bigelow.
Yes, MACUMBER.
WWF. Superstars of wrestling.
Sir, you're here on a hold from Volusia County, aggravated riding. It would appear that they are willing to come pick you up, so you're gonna be held no bond until the 10th of July. If you're not picked up by then, we'll return to court and talk about it. Thank you.
Looks like he lost a little bit of weight, though.
Kathy?
Here comes a lady boy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I've been in here since the 12th of May, and I just signed this morning about the hold or the warrant that they issued. I've been in here since the 12th, and I guess I had court on the exact day.
Yeah, is that I need an attorney?
No.
Okay, I'm just curious. Do you need an attorney or do you have an attorney?
No, sir. I was just wondering, is there probable cause? Because I was here, and the warrant is out of county in Hillsborough, and I had court. I guess I had a run-in on May 11th with the police, and I was booked in on the 12th of May that morning.
Does that work, Nessa?
Yeah, no, I've reviewed the reports at the time that you were picked up. It would appear that there was probable cause.
Because I've been in here when I was supposed to be at court.
And was there a day that we have for coming back? Pick her up?
I think the 10th.
If July 10th, if they don't pick you up, then you'll be able to tell me about it.
Okay.
Thank you. No,
So I didn't know why.
have a good day.
Rodriguez.
Sorry.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Who looks like a bit rough.
What's the name? What's your set? What is the name?
Ismael Rodriguez.
Okay. You're here on possession paraphernalia. The bond has been set at 1,000, possession of methamphetamine. The bond has been set at 5,000, DUI, alcohol or drugs. Bond has been set at 1,000. However, I'm going to add pretrial release conditions. There will be no bars or alcohol during the course of time that you get out. You will get randomly breath tested to make sure that you are complying. Do you need an attorney, sir?
Yes.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Wish you the best of luck. Step to your left.
Yes, can I say, I only blew 0 on the,
Go ahead and have a seat over here. He's not here to listen to the facts of your case. Stack. Drink a day, Keith. Just sit down.
Is that Bautista?
Sir, you're here on a domestic violence touch or strike charge. And I am going to set a bond. Do you need an attorney appointed, sir?
This is
Alex. Okay, we'll get to you shortly.
Domestic
violence. Yeah, do you need an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir. Man, this is crazy, man. I don't see how y'all are allowed to
Set a
arrest
bond
people
for you
no
real
fucking
quick
reason.
here, sir.
I don't need a
But
bond.
let me appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender. I'm going to set a bond of $5,000 on the domestic violence charge. It's going to come with pretrial release conditions. You will not have to possess any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. You will not go back to the house. You will not have direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case. You will have 48 hours upon release that you can go back to the house with a
wow.
law enforcement agent to retrieve any medications that you might be on, or any other personal items like that. But until this matter has been resolved, I got it. That you won't be going back to the alleged victim's house. However, you have an open case in 25 CF 1474. In that case, I'm going to revoke your bond and hold you Parker versus State based on me finding probable cause of today's domestic violence. So I will appoint
Jeanette, I have,
the
yes.
office of, that is, I already did that, didn't I? And I've already appointed you an attorney. So good luck to you, sir. You may step to your left.
South County, pause for a minute. We're going to do the Creole at Central.
Oh, hold up. We're going to switch over to the Creole.
Which one was Creole?
Follow me.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Solomon, would you raise your right hand?
Salomon, levez mes doigts, s'il vous plaît.
S'il vous plaît.
Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oui, oui.
Est-ce que vous sermentez que tout témoignage, levez mes mains, que tout témoignage soit basé sur la vérité et rien d'autre que la vérité devant Dieu?
Oui.
Oui.
Yes. Vous m'avez baissé mes mains.
Sir, you're here today charged with aggravated assault, deadly weapon without the intent to kill.
What?
Monsieur, vous accusez aujourd'hui là que vous faites agression contre le monde avec une arme qui peut causer la mort.
Do you need to appoint an attorney to help you, sir?
Est-ce que vous voulez pour moi tabac ou un avocat qui peut aider vous, monsieur?
Oui.
Yes.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender to help you out with this matter. I will set a
Ma pas ou avocat de la défense publique qui peut aider vous dans l'affaire ça. Hein?
I will set a bond of 5,000 with pretrial release conditions. You will not contact or be in indirect contact with the victim alleged in any of the reports, affidavits, directly, indirectly, through third party, or any way else. You understand that?
Is that guy playing
Ma
with his
mettez
stone?
un bon et caution sous de $5,000. Et ensuite, si on la guerre, ma mettez conditions pour la guerre. Ou pas de aucun contact, ni direct, ni indirect avec mon nom, ni non plus contact avec mon nom par une troisième partie. Vous comprenez ça, monsieur?
Répétez-le-moi encore, s'il vous plaît.
Can you repeat that for me again? The interpreter will repeat that, Your Honor. il a mis un bon de $5,000 sur vous. Ensuite, le juge l'a dit que si vous avez ou pas de gagner aucun contact ni avec victime, ni contact direct, ni contact indirect, ni par l'intermédiaire d'une troisième personne. Vous comprenez ça, monsieur?
No guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives either.
Vous pas de gagner aucun revolver, aucune arme à feu, aucun couteau non plus sous.
I wish you best luck, sir. We'll see you back.
Dès qu'à poser en question, monsieur.
Ah, monsieur, n'a terminé, n'a la prochaine fois. May I ask a question, he said.
Moi, pas posséder revolver, pas posséder un grenade.
Sir, I'm done.
Monsieur.
OK.
Pas dit rien.
Wait, no. So yes, let them know.
Monsieur, pas dit rien.
You can have him go back. I didn't mean to cut him off completely. I was just saying, don't talk over me.
Monsieur, ou m'être retourné. Mon pas capable de parler sous pendant que le juge l'a parlé.
Before you say anything, I wanted to advise you.
Avant que vous dites n'importe bagarre pour le dire là, moi, je voulais avertir.
As somebody who's worked on both sides of criminal law, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney for 16 years.
En tant qu'un monde qui travaille dans toutes les parties de la loi, moi-même, je suis un juge, même je suis un avocat tout.
It is never helpful to be talking in first appearance, but if you feel you must unburden yourself, you can. Just know everything is being taken down.
Mais ou pas doué, lors de la première apparition devant le juge, ou pas jamais doué dire rien. Mais si vous certain que vous voulez dire un bagage, moi, je ne m'a pas averti que tout ça qu'on dit, il y a enregistré le qu'on y a là.
OK.
OK.
All right. So now you can step to your left and have a nice day.
Qu'on y a, on met aller qu'on y a là.
Je vais poser question.
May I ask the question regardless?
I get spit. I get spit.
Kona Ice.
You didn't want to know your next word?
Pose the question.
Should I ask the question?
Thank you, Linda.
Well, if you want to, you can.
Si vous voulez, vous me posez question.
Moi, pas posséder revolver. Pas posséder manchette, pas posséder rien. Tout seul, c'est fourchette que me gagne, ça veut dire que pour manger qui est avec couteau pour me caler banane, pas posséder revolver.
I do not own any weapon, guns, or ammunition. The only thing I have is a knife and also a fork for me to eat with.
All right. Well, it sounds like you got your utensils covered. If it is bigger than a normal knife, you probably don't need to be walking around with it.
Je crois que vous avez réponse là. Donc, si couteau a son couteau qui est normal pour manger avec lui, nous pas besoin de peur.
Damn, this one had a Rambo knife.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Merci, monsieur. Terminé.
Hey, thank you. Hey, have a
Would that be all for the end?
early 4th of
I'm
July.
sorry,
Yeah, thank
would that
you.
be? Okay, thank you, Honor.
Back to South County.
Should be Shannon.
And I believe it's Mr. Shannon.
Yeah.
Hold on. We gotta switch it up. We gotta switch to South Court.
And there's bond previously set at 5,000.
All right.
Hey, let me see. Do you need an attorney, ma'am?
I'm gonna have to play it back,
Sir.
Alex.
Sorry.
No, sir.
All right. I'm gonna put you down as hiring your own attorney. And I'm setting, or the bond has already been set at 5,000. The report provides probable cause therein. So good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
Vincent.
Hey, what up, Debbie? Happy Thursday. Man, I feel like eating like one of those little Debbie snacks.
Wait a minute.
Get a little
Oh, Stetson, thank you. Mr. Stetson, do you have an attorney, sir?
cookie.
Excuse me?
You have an attorney.
I was advised that a public defender would be handling my case.
All right, I will appoint an attorney if one hadn't previously been appointed. So they will be able to help you out. We do have one in the courtroom today. I am going to set a bond for you. Wait a second. No, this is a VOP.
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah. This is a violation of probation, so there's no bond hold currently until you return back in court in front of whatever judge signed this. But your attorney should be able to help you with that. Maybe they can get an earlier court date. Good luck.
Well, I thought I already had a bond.
Hey, Amanda, thank you.
Well, you're no bond is being held on a no bond warrant now.
Man, yeah, that sucks. He looks like a young version of Wolverine.
All right, sir. Your name again?
It's a young
Mr.
Wolverine.
Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
I'm good. Hopefully you're doing as well. Also, Amanda.
Date is approaching. Mr. Vasquez, do you need an attorney, sir?
Yeah.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender, and I would let you know you're charged with carjacking with a firearm.
Damn.
State is approaching for what reason?
Yes, Your Honor. Carjacking is a first-degree felony, but it's also punishable by life. The state would request that the court exercise discretion to hold him no bond based on the facts. In addition, he has a case, looks open in Osceola County, currently charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle with a mask, possession of controlled substance with prescription, possession of drug paraphernalia. It looks like the arrest date was on around June 10th.
It's the same case, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm out on bail on that case right now.
Not anymore.
Yeah, they added another charge apparently, sir. But this charge is much more serious. It is actually a light felony. And the state is requesting that I hold you until they can have a pretrial detention hearing.
Actually, Your Honor, for this, it's punishable by life, so I would ask the court exercise its discretion to hold him no bond because of that. If the court's not inclined to do so, then I would cite the rule and have the hearing moved so I could file a pretrial detention motion.
Well, I will, let me see the CCJ answer. So, Chandler? All right.
All
right. Yeah, I will exercise my discretion. I will hold you no bond. I will appoint an attorney to help you. I'm sure they will set the appropriate hearing to help you get a bond. But, sir, have a good day. Step to the left.
William Cash.
All right.
Sir, you're on a warrant out of county from Luce. Thank you.
The carjacking is a life, carries a life sentence. Have a good day, is diabolical. Hey, what's up, Sue?
And they can pick you up if you have nothing else holding you. If not, we'll bring you back on 7/10/25 to see if you're still in custody. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That fool did look like Pablo, though.
Brigus, that's it in South County.
Ay.
South.
All right. We're switching and we're swapping over.
Central, can you announce your names?
Cassandra Bishop.
Thank you. Ms. Bishop, you're being held on unlawful possession of suspended license, which the bond has been set at $250, and you're here on unknowingly driving on suspended or knowingly driving on suspended license. Bond is also set at $250. Ma'am, do you have the money to retain an attorney?
Yes, I have the money to actually bond out, but I have it on my debit card. So.
And put that you're gonna hire your own attorney. You're gonna have to get-
No.
You don't have money to hire an attorney?
No.
Okay, that was the first thing I asked. All right. Then I will appoint an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. The bond is currently set at 250 each, probable cause established in the paperwork. You should be able to find out unless you have something else holding you up. So if you step to your left, have a nice day.
Damn, that's
Kathy
wild.
Cruz.
Driving without a license, go to jail? No, thank you.
And here on dealing in stolen property, grand theft from the dwelling, 100, greater than 100. Grand theft, 10,000 to 50, the person 65 or older. And yeah, well, you said that this is a warrant out on it?
No, this is just add-on charges.
Oh, these are added?
Add-on charges, which she was previously placed on pretrial on 626.
With condition 23?
Do you want to put back on that?
Yes.
No wonder she couldn't
And
see
any
it coming.
conditions that you have on pre-trial release will carry over. Ma'am.
Man, she has some coke
I'm
bottles.
supposed to get the rest
You
report.
can't see anything. Look.
You're not right. So I'm gonna need, yeah. All right, F2, F3, and F3. No, F2, F3, okay. On the dealing of stolen property, it's going to be 15,000. On the theft, 10,000, but less than 50,000, it's gonna be 15,000. And on the grand theft from a dwelling, it's 5,000. If you get out, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You will not have contact with the person named in any affidavit, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. I will appoint the PD at this time. I have found probable cause.
Brittany,
And I wish you luck moving forward, ma'am. If you would step to your left.
So am I gonna get the same public defender for the other cases that I'm already on?
I'm
Sammy
sure
and
you
Nicole?
are, because of the same, out of the same thing. So, yeah,
So like all the 8 charges will be put together?
I would think so.
Okay. Thank you.
And Brianna Dinks.
Ms. Finks, you're here on attempting to deprive a law enforcement officer of communication or protection, battery on a law enforcement officer, and resisting an officer with the violence. You have a $5,000 bond on the first one that has already been established. I'm setting a $5,000 bond on each of the next 2 counts.
Jordan free courtroom also. They got that little
And
powder.
do you have an attorney, money to hire an attorney? All right, I appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Have a nice day. Step to your left.
Hey, what up, Drea?
Cynthia Dowdale.
D-O-W-E.
And Brianna Dinks.
You're here on a FTA warrant for failing to appear at arraignments. There's a $250 bond. So you should be able to bond out on that. Do you have an attorney, ma'am?
No.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. The warrant provides probable cause. Wish you good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madeline Duke.
Yes.
And you're here on trespass, which is currently set at bond of 1,000, possession of paraphernalia 1,000, possession of methamphetamine 5,000, threat of death to law enforcement or public official set at 1,000. And there's a warrant from Pasco. See that warrant?
At my house, I'm at home.
Yeah. Which has no bond hold, and apparently they're willing to come pick you up for that. So if you bond out on the others, to come pick you up on that one. But in the meantime, I'm gonna appoint an PD, an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to help you. And I set those other bonds. Have a good day.
Okay. Barbara Evans.
this is another stanter. Yeah. All right, sir. You're here on a warrantless VOP for possession or control of a substance, warrantless VOP for possession of paraphernalia, warrantless VOP for grand theft of a firearm, warrantless VOP for grand theft, and a warrantless VOP for possession of meth. You're gonna have to go back in front of the judges that sentenced you, or at least the VOP judge, just with the felonies. Do you need an attorney, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, I'll appoint an attorney to help you out, and I'm gonna send and standard warrant.
What up, butterfly?
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure when they do it like this, because it doesn't give me a formal affidavit, so.
It's warrantless.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you. For
Jennifer Gritton.
Ma'am, you're here on possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. A bond has been set in the amount of 1,000 for the possession of paraphernalia and 5,000 for the possession of methamphetamine. Ma'am, do you need an attorney appointed?
Yes.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender to help you.
Hey, whatever happened to baking cookies and like knitting?
I've already found probable cause after reviewing the reports, and I wish you best luck moving forward.
Thank you.
But these people
Giselle
wanna be,
Fernandez.
they want to be chasing the dragon, if you will. Looking for them broken glass windows, if you will. Looking for methane. You know, chocolate chip cookies, baked cookies doesn't sound good, right? It sounds really good right about now with a little glass of milk.
You're here on leaving the scene of the crash involving damage, which is still $150 bond, which has previously been set. Driving while license suspended or revoked, $1,000 bond. DUI property damage to another or yourself could have been 1,000 and 0.1.
Old school. My wife loves
Having
baking
a
cookies.
0.15 blood alcohol with a person under the age of 18, which is 1,000.
I love when she bakes cookies.
Let me see her criminal history.
Man, when she tells me, "Hey, I'm gonna bake cookies," say
Currently
yes.
operation.
Just gonna burn the
I
cookies.
saw that. I
This
just
is,
wanted to
Polk
see.
County. Polk County, Florida.
And it's for driving under the influence. Okay.
Hey, Karen, thank you for
If
the
you're
follow.
released, I'm putting you on pretrial release conditions. Of course, you will not be driving a vehicle
Why is
without
that?
a
Why
valid
is
driver's
in-
license. You
why
will
is
not
in
be
home
going
instead
to
of jail?
bars. You will not be drinking alcohol and you will be randomly tested for each breath test, yes. And how old was the minor in the vehicle? Don't tell me that.
They look sleepy
Does the report say that?
because they wake them up
It's
super
either
early to go to court.
elevated at 0.15 or higher, or that there was a child under the age of 18.
Oh, that was neither or?
Yeah,
Okay.
for that particular charge.
It says, wait. You will not.
Hey, if you're new here, if you wouldn't mind hitting that follow button, it's free 99 out of your mind. That's all I ask for. I ask for follows, comments, and taps, if
Yeah,
you
okay.
will. And sharing and
115
scaring.
or higher.
Hey, thank you, Jessica. I appreciate
So
that.
ma'am, if you get out, when you bond out, no, you gotta report into pretrial. And then you're not to be out at bars tonight, you're not to be out drinking, and you're certainly not to be out driving with a license while on a suspended license, especially when you're on a suspended license for a DUI already.
Carrie.
Additionally, you're on probation in that case, and this very well could violate that probation, but it's in another county, and I'm not taking any action today.
Fern.
But with regard to today's cases, I will appoint an attorney to help you if you cannot afford one.
Okay.
I don't think
Appoint an
anybody's
attorney
got it
from the
now
Office of
yet.
Public Defender to represent you.
Everybody
I
got
found
bail.
probable cause existed. Thank you.
In Florida, they're trying to keep you. They're not trying to let you out.
Laquila Leaks.
They'll milk you. It's all about money. Everybody here, that's a dollar sign right there. That's a walking money bag right here. Every single one of these people right here.
PWLSRs, relinquished defense.
That's what they're That's what they're trying to deport these people. It's all a money grab. Everybody is a dollar sign. You know, from being picked up to entering the system. these ICE detention centers and then being transported to back to their home countries. That's all money
I
grab,
know, I'm just trying to look.
and people don't see that.
Andy McKenzie.
That's why they don't care who they're grabbing. Whether you're born here, whether you're born in another country, they just need bodies to keep the conveyor
This
belt going.
is, you're here on a knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. Bond's currently set at 250, which looking at your record is a miracle. But I will appoint an attorney to represent you. And you will be able to bond out. So good luck to you, man.
Hey, you know who's gonna pay for it? We're paying for that. Everybody's
Amanda
like, "Hey, deport him."
Martinez.
And we're paying for it. Man, they're bamboozling us. She laughed. What the? Wow.
You ban me here on knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. I am going to set, or there was a bond set at $250.
You're right, Tyler.
So you should have been able to bond out previously. Do you have an attorney?
I'm here, I'm Parker, Bishop Parker.
Hey, what up, Lynn?
Yeah, I was going to add that, but I just wondering about this case.
Fine.
You have an attorney on this case.
No, sir.
I will appoint an attorney for the Office of the Public Defender, and I will revoke your bond in the 24 CT 6023 case and hold you Parker v. State.
What up, BW?
And was the summons issued in the 25 MM 4951?
So, but let me double check on it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then there was a KPS, I would imagine.
Unless I see a summons issued, I don't see that it has been served.
Everybody's in a uniform.
Okay. And your arraignment court for that summons is August 7th.
It is.
If you're still in jail at that time, which yeah, I don't know. But if you were, they'd bring you over.
Hey, what up, Big Mike 3-1? Oh, coming.
If not, you have to make it in yourself.
Yes,
Did
sir.
I appoint both?
You did bring this case.
All right. And I found probable cause did exist.
She already had the public defender's office for the case in Parker.
Okay.
Hey, what up, baby?
And does she have an attorney in the summons?
No, sir.
Then might as well appoint an attorney there if we can.
Since she hasn't gone to court yet.
Hey, these people will definitely be good extras for the Walking Dead.
And then we appoint.
I can't legally do that. All right. Have a good day, man.
Is this the one you want to know what she did? She looks.
Amanda Martinez.
She looks shot out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Melinda McDonald.
Yeah, she does look like a Melinda McDonald. Hey, what up, Anita?
I'm here on domestic violence, battery, attempted strike, person over 65.
And it was an old person.
Uh,
Awa, she's gonna get an Awa drop.
I'm gonna set the bond at 2,500. The DV pre-trial release conditions will apply. One is do not use, possess any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. Do not have direct or indirect contacts or contact through a third party. Do not go to and stay away 500 feet away from the victim's house, vehicle, place of school, and you may return after you are bonded out one time with law enforcement accompanying you to get any personal clothing, personal health items, medications, personal or business paperwork that you need. After that, you're not to have any contact until another judge says it's okay. You understand, ma'am?
Kinda. That's
And
my
I'm
home.
also gonna appoint the Office of
Not
Public
anymore.
Defender to help you out on this. And if find probable cause reviewing the reports. So when you get out, I would ask, come over to Bartow and set up an appointment to see your public defender.
Okay, I don't have one.
No, I just wondered if you want.
Okay, all
And I
right.
set a bond for you. Have a good day.
Okay. You too, thank you.
She put the pause on pause.
Mandy
if you will.
McKenzie.
Oh.
She still tore up, if you will.
Warrant, out of county, authority,
Haley
rent a
Radford.
bodily attachment, purge amount 4,000.
Robertson. That's a Russo.
So you should be able
Allison
to
Vega.
bond out
Andrea Blake.
for $4,000 or purge out, I should say, for $4,000. If you are unable to do so, Artie will come pick you up. And if they don't, and you're still here on 7/10, we'll bring you back and talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Radler.
BOP, burglary of a dwelling, BOP, bad law enforcement officer. Judge signed by the Honorable Judge Denmark, no bond warrant, so you will be held no bond. Do you have an attorney? Ma'am?
Is she frozen?
It's frozen.
Yeah, it's frozen. It's frozen, Your Honor.
You guys are frozen.
There we
There we
go.
go. Do you have an attorney? Ma'am?
I was here on first appearance on Saturday and I believe I was appointed a public defender. They came to see me today, so I think so.
Excellent. All right. I'm just gonna make sure that it's down on here. But thank you. Have a great day. You misstepped your left.
I missed everything you said, just so you know, so there
Oh, okay.
it cut out.
I said you're being held no bond warrant issued by the Honorable Judge Denmark. You're gonna have to go back in front of her before you can get a bond.
Why is she
And that's for the VOP?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see what the other piece.
The other case was something else. She was her new charge and new
Yeah.
case numbers. She doesn't have a big PD on this one.
Wait.
VOP.
This is 23 CF 6667 that I was talking about.
In this case, she didn't get a PD on it.
Oh, okay. And we're appointing a PD on the new case. Where is that one?
Yes, this is the violation, but you haven't actually conjoined put it together for her to have arraignment yet, so that's downstairs.
Hey, we just hit
Yeah, I don't know why it should be
16,000
brought back.
subscribers. Thank you,
I think
guys.
it was warrantless.
Everybody
They just assumed
are following. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
just hit 16,000 followers.
And you'd already gotten the bonds on the other one. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Nikki Robertson. Okay, Your Honor.
Violation of probation. Yup. Hey, thank you, M, for that follow.
Ma'am, you're here on violation of probation, possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia, and BOP battery touch or strike. You'll be held no bond until you return back in front of the judge.
Damn, it's
that
like
sentenced
everybody's
you.
on methany.
Additionally, do you need an
What up, Make
attorney?
Money?
Yes.
Or appointed an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you?
Hey, what up? This is me.
And I wish you good luck, ma'am. You misstepped your left.
Thank you.
Vanessa Russo.
Whatever happened, like taking care of your grandkids instead of smoking methany? Taking a knitting class, gardening, baking cookies, watching soap operas.
Ms. Russo, do you have an attorney?
Watching Days of Your Life.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Currently in on scheme to defraud. F3, the bond's currently set at 3,000 or 5,000. Additionally, you have a charge of
Garden, but I don't.
what's that written?
Plant some flowers. Do something. Watch QVC. This is no fun, man.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Individually or with others committed more thefts, which is a felony of the second degree. The bond will be 15,000. Well,
The Young and the Restless.
yeah, 15,000 on that. Additionally, if you're on bond, you will be placed on pretrial release conditions. The defendant will be prohibited from having contact indirectly or directly with the victim identified in any report, complaint. You will not go 500 feet away from victim's house, school, place of employment
Blossom.
listed in any report. Thank you.
Charles in charge.
Did they give me a bond or not?
Let me.
Going way
Odyssey,
General Hospital.
Odyssey Vega.
Vega, B.
Thank you.
That's right, Anita.
You're here on failure to appear, financial responsibility law. The bond's previously been set at $250.
Doogie
It's
Howser.
usually something like not having insurance.
Yeah, I
You
put
have
the
an
insurance.
attorney?
Yeah, I have an attorney and I put the insurance on my car already. I thought that.
Yeah, I know, it doesn't end the case necessarily. So you
Yeah.
want to talk to your attorney and appoint the PD to help you out.
No problem.
Just
You're
get
in there on
everything straightened
natural.
out, which sounds like you have, but call your attorney so they can clear it up properly.
Right.
Thank you.
Do I have a bond?
Yes, $250.
All right, thank you.
Andrea Villegas Gallardo.
Bobby watching Bob Ross paint. Do something.
You're here on domestic violence, touch or strike. Bond has previously been set at $1,000. If you bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release conditions.
Hey, what up, Slapper?
Jay Bailey.
Was this one the victim got back to you on?
Chris Barber.
Charles says, James, you talked about these people, but you talked to convicted felons on the phone. Makes no sense, right? Thank you for calling me out on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's showing $1,000 bond unless they just saw battery and thought that's what it was. Because typically for domestic violence battery, it'll either be 5,000 or no bond until first appearance.
Yeah,
Can I say something? When I got arrested, they said that it wasn't domestic because we don't live together. It was like a relationship violence.
Yeah, okay. Dating violence.
Dating violence, exactly.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. Like I said the bond was previously set at $1,000. I am going to set you on a pretrial release condition, but since you're just dating, you're not going to have to go back to his place. So just no contact with him directly, indirectly, or through third party, or through social media, texting, or any other means. You understand?
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Additionally, no weapons, firearms, ammunition until this is over.
So what do I do with like my concealed carry? Like I just have to give it to someone to hold it or something?
Well, any guns that are at your house can be picked up by the sheriff.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm not going to give my pew-pews to the sheriff. Are you
And
crazy?
ma'am, one more thing, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I hadn't had a chance to ask you. Do you have the money to hire an attorney?
No.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Giovanni Alcantara.
Back to the front.
This is like Mega Mind.
Okay. So you're here on driving while license suspended or revoked, first offense. There's $1,000 bond set. Operating motorcycle without endorsement, $250 bond set. Unregistered motor vehicle, $250 bond set. And attaching tag unassigned, $250 bond set. Sir, do you have the money to retain an attorney?
No.
All right, I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the reports found probable cause, so good luck to you, sir.
Dragon Ball Z himself.
That'd be for
Damn.
Jay
everybody's
Bailey.
Coming up. Get the conveyor belt ready.
Mr. Bailey is here on a VOP felony battery. A warrantless VOP. Sir, as I've told others, you're gonna have to be brought back in front of the judge that, you were in front of during sentencing or the BOP division. Do you need an attorney, sir?
Yes, yes.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. If I'm probably from the report, yes, to represent you.
This court date will be 7/22.
All of them have
The
sandals.
court
It
date
just, it
will be
doesn't look like they
7/22.
have
Have a
sandals.
good day, sir.
But everybody has sandals. The ones that look like they don't have any
Christopher
sandals,
Barber.
they don't have any socks on. If that makes any sense.
Sir, you're here on possession of cannabis, not more than 20 grams. The bond's previously been set at 1,000. Resisting an officer without violence. The bond's previously been set at 1,000. 2 counts of possession, drug paraphernalia. Bonds previously set at 1,000 each. And possession of methamphetamine, the bond is set at 5,000. Sir, do you have money to hire an attorney?
No.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Should you bond out, make sure to set up an appointment before you come to court. Have a good day, sir.
This is Joseph Brunk.
Mr. Brock, you're here on an FTA, a failure to appear warrant. This is the one I was looking at earlier. Okay. Yeah, FTA warrant for, I'm assuming the warrant, resisting an officer without, it had a $5,000 bond set with it. So you can bond out for 5,000. It looks like the PD was previous, or not PD, the Regional Conflict Council is previously representing you. So they can continue to do so. And probable cause was established within by the judge signing the FTA. Okay?
I would say they just bond out then, I pay my bond.
Yeah, you can bond out 5,000.
Already paid out. Paid
Just
yesterday.
make sure you find out when your next court date is.
All right, thank you.
Timothy Bryant.
Mr. Bryant, you're on a VOP for possession of hydrocodone with intent.
Oh, he
The
had
warrant,
he had the
with
narco.
a no bond warrant signed by
Caillou chose the hard life. Man, I used to love watching Caillou with my oldest daughter was young.
I was already in for first appearance for that.
It's an add-on charge.
You're in this case.
Okay, and the PD was previously appointed?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you should be taken care of now. Thank you.
So it's the same thing as the first appearance I just came to?
I don't know which first appearance you just came to. Which one?
Yes.
Yes, apparently so.
Oh, okay.
Roderick Campbell.
Yeah, like I said, all these people, this is just a dollar sign right
So you're
here.
here on the no bond keepius. The PD has previously been appointed. There will be a 5-day hearing set. So you'll be brought back on 7/08 to 8:30 for that hearing. Have a good day, sir.
If that other
All right,
lady
one quick
judge would have been
question.
here,
I
we
had
would have been
a
done
court,
already.
to be at court on the 8th of this month, but I'm in here, so.
Wait a second. Figure that out.
Judges don't care where you're at as long as you're in jail.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah, he has a pre-trial. We merged his pre-trial dates with Bosco.
Yeah, it's nonstop.
Yeah, so he's just wondering
Just another
Well,
day.
that's-
On the 8th.
when he needs to be, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're booked in on the warrant, they will take you on that day. She
All right,
should
on the
be.
8th. All right.
This one. Joseph Carnegie. Yeah, just have a seat.
They're here from warrant out of DeSoto County, actually 4 of them. The warrant is confirmed. 3 charges of controlled substance, 1 charge of paraphernalia. That's Bond amount is 8,000. They will extradite. So please place a hold on this subject. And that's the reading of the teletype.
Did somebody say unmute?
So, yeah, you can bond out, but if you're not bonded out by 7:10, we're gonna bring you back. Find out why you weren't picked up. If you do bond out, you need to go report in over, in that county.
It is about.
Just so you know. Thank you.
The unmute box is an inside
Sir, I have a
joke.
question.
Sure.
If I don't bond out, I also have a court date in DeSoto on the 9th of this month.
Well, I know they got a teletype from us. We're confirming that you're here, so they should be picking you up to bring you back to it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Antoine Davis.
Mr. Davis, you're here on possession of cannabis over 20 grams, resisting an officer without violence, battery on a law enforcement officer, possession of prescription drugs without prescription, tampering physical evidence, resisting an officer with violence, possession of paraphernalia, keeping a vehicle to store drugs, and trafficking in oxycodone 7 grams or more. I see this. Sir, do you have an attorney?
No, sir. That's crazy.
Be hiring one?
Not yet.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. State has filed motion for pretrial detention.
No, not yet, Your Honor. Pretrial detention hearings went really long this morning, so I didn't have an opportunity. Rule 3.132 gives the state up to 4 days because tomorrow is a holiday and then the weekend. I would ask that his first appearance be continued to Monday, July 7th, so I can file a pretrial detention motion at first appearance.
They got
For that
samples on.
trafficking count.
That's outside of the 4 days.
No, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday's the 4th day.
So traffic. You concur?
I concur with the interpretation of the rule.
Yeah, it says if there's probable cause for the arrest, the defendant may be held in jail for up to 4 days if the same forms of judge of first appearance that intends to file a motion for pretrial detention under section 907.041, which is pretrial detention.
Because I'm gonna be here every day between now and then for first appearance, but if I'm gonna set it for that day because you need it.
Yeah, the issue is that between tomorrow and Sunday, anybody covering would just do a boilerplate one. If it gets moved to Monday, then I'll actually draft it with more specificity.
All right, and then we will have a pretrial detention hearing.
Then it'll be set at first appearance for us.
All right.
Actually taking on the bonds.
Well, I think he's entitled to bond on certain ones. Which one you're looking for the trafficking, right?
Correct. I'm just referring to the trafficking one.
Yeah, with regard to the other, go down resisting an officer with violence, I'm gonna give you a $5,000 bond, sir. And with regard to bat on Leo, $5,000 bond. Which leaves only the trafficking in oxycodone. And the state has indicated it is going to exercise its option to file a motion for pretrial detention. So they will have that done by Monday. For us, well, we're gonna bring you back on Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Sir.
So I don't,
You don't have a bond because of that one charge.
for what?
This charge.
What charge?
All right, sir, what's your name?
Dominic Dean.
Mr. Dean, you had a failure to appear for petty theft on MDOC, case number 22MM5009. The warrant is set out with the $1,000 capias. So you haven't, and the PD was previously appointed. So the probable cause does exist. Make sure to get in touch with your attorney when you bond out because we need to get that straightened out. You don't want to hang it over your head forever. Have a good day.
Arthur Donaldson.
Hey, excuse me, man. So you're here on a bond from out of county. It has no bond, I'm sorry, a warrant from out of county, no bond warrants. They have indicated they will come pick you up. So we're placing you on a hold and we'll bring you back on 7/10 at 1 if you're still in custody, if they did not do their part. Okay, thank you.
Is this a bus station or something?
Lemire Fields.
Yeah.
And you're here on possession of paraphernalia and possession of fentanyl. There's a $1,000, I'm setting a $1,000 bond on the possession of paraphernalia, 5,000 possession of fentanyl. Unfortunately, you have an open case in 25 CF 2671. I'm signing a revocation of bond in that case. So you will be held Parker with regard to that matter until something is resolved. I'm appointing the PD to represent you. Have a nice day. I'm gonna step to your left.
Corey Foster.
Foster.
Hey, Tammy. thank
Mr.
you for the follow.
Foster, you're here with domestic violence,
Florida, Polk County.
felony, battery by strangulation, says no bond, setting a $5,000 bond for that, along with conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions include you will not speak to the victim in the case that is alleged in the police report, probable cause affidavit, at any point, not in person, third party, or through the internet, or any other means. You can't go to their home, vehicle, place of employment, or school. You may not carry, possess, use any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. And you have 48 hours to return to the property after being bonded out for the purposes of picking up any medication, personal health items, or clothing that you may have there. But you must return with law enforcement officer within 48 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir. This is my daughter, Your Honor.
Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to stay away from her for a little while. But until that can be changed by another judge, or the judge handling your case, you know, when we have time for a hearing. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Not yet, sir.
Are you going to hire one?
I plan to, yes.
I can put you down as you're hiring an attorney. But if you can't afford it, you figure that out, you come back to court, we will appoint an attorney for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probable cause did exist. The bond is going to be set at 1,000. However, the pretrial release conditions that I already ordered are. Wait, did I say 1,000?
Said 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 I got one, and then 1,000 on the other two. Yeah. I apologize.
Edward
Thank you.
Francis.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Edward Francis.
Domestic violence, battery, touch or strike. The review found probable cause. The bond's gonna be set at $1,000. However, I'm gonna have to put you on pretrial release conditions. Those conditions will include that you will not have direct, indirect, or third-party contact or contact through the internet or any other way. You're not to go to the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, or school. You will not use, possess any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you have 48 hours upon release to return with law enforcement officer for the purposes of getting any personal clothing, health items, medications, or paperwork that you may need. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you need an attorney?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint an attorney from the office of defender. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Brian
I
Haslett.
need some sugar, man.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that's new to
Three
me.
here on possession of cannabis, not more than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of meth. Possession of cannabis, there's $1,000 bond. Paraphernalia is $1,000 bond. Meth is a $5,000 bond. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
You go watch another other states also, yeah.
Do you need me to appoint one?
Yes,
Very
sir.
top.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender. I reviewed the reports, no probable cause did exist within them. I wish you best of luck moving forward, but you should be able to bond out now. Your next court date's 8/5. Have a good day.
Maceo Houston.
These are cookies from McDonald's, man. Have you guys ever tried cookies from McDonald's? That cookie tote? Like the Lakers.
Houston. Yes. So you're in possession of fentanyl, bonds previously set at 5,000. Possession of meth, bonds previously set at 5,000. Possession of heroin, the bonds previously set at 5,000. Possession of cocaine, the bonds previously set at 5,000. Use or possession of drug paraphernalia, the bonds previously been set at 1,000. Sorry. With that being said, you need an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
One attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
If probable cause does exist, so that bond amount is appropriate. Have a good day, sir. It should be able to bond out. Don't get in trouble on the 4th.
Fabian Knight.
So you're on trespass, property other than the structure, which has previously been set at 1,000. Possession of methamphetamine, previously set at 1,000. And then trafficking in fentanyl over 4 grams. State.
Yes, sir. Same situation as the other one. Unfortunately, pre-trial detention hearings went rather late this morning, so I didn't have a chance to do a pre-trial detention motion for trafficking in fentanyl. I would say Rule 3.132 asks to set that count over to Monday, the first appearance, so I can file a pre-trial detention motion.
Do you have a copy of the report in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, on my computer.
Is it dust on marijuana or is it 4 grams of fentanyl? Because when I was reading it, I kind of got the impression it was the former.
Let me pull it back out.
And sir, while he's doing that, do you need an attorney?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Wait, go back quickly. Let's just. Yeah, now see.
So there's the one bag. I guess technically 11 individual bags that he claims ownership of, and then there's the white substance in a clear bag. So they thought that other bag was meth, but when they tested it, it actually came back positive for fentanyl.
Okay.
That's 4.1 grams over the threshold.
All right, that makes sense then. All right, I will grant your request. And we're gonna follow your first appearance up on Monday.
July 7th, thank you.
July 7th, thank you.
Not bad.
We watch both women and men.
Not here, but other cool. Andrew Laporte.
Mr. Laporte, you're on grand theft. Motor vehicle, less than 100,000. That is a felony. There's green again. I'm setting bond on that at 5,000. Sir, do you need an attorney?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint an attorney from the Office of Public Defender to represent you. Currently, you have an open case in 25 CF 3963. I am revoking bond on that pursuant to Parker versus State. So you will have to go back in front of your division judge to apply for it. Have a good day, sir.
I got a violation.
Trey Lee.
I gotta.
Mr. Lee, you're here an aggravated assault, deadly weapon without intent to kill, felony of the 3rd degree, setting your bond at 5,000. Sir, do you need an attorney?
But that's why I got the 2 streams going. So
I
if that, if
would
anything
found
happens, you guys
probable
could jump
cause.
in
I will
between.
appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter.
You know what I'm saying?
If you are released, you will have no contact with the listed victim in this case, directly, indirectly, or through third party. No weapons, guns, firearms, or ammunition. And you're not to return to the event location. You understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Robert Leifert, Lyford.
What up, Carrie? Welcome back, Laura. And just so you're aware, I do have 2 different accounts.
This is Mr. Lyford?
On the same
Yes,
platform.
sir. Thank you.
They
So
have
you're
both
here
similar
on
names.
a warrantless VOP, burglary with assault or battery, and warrantless VOP on grand theft over 750, but under 500.
Thank you, Sue.
Is that right? No, over 750, under 5,000. However, you are violated. You will be held no bond. There's probable cause in the reports. I've appointed the PD to represent you. You're gonna have to be brought back in front of your sentencing judge or the VOP judge in order to accomplish anything or to get a bond set. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Simba Littles.
Is this a real courtroom? Absolutely, Dustin. It's the real deal. Holy
Warrantless
field.
VOP out of Broward. Is there a penalty?
I wouldn't even know how to fake this. This is Florida. This is gonna be what is it?
Oh, it's like the
Polk
South
County.
Probation Office. So it would come here. State
Currently on felony probation.
or defense? Any input
So you're as to.
as to, is it,
It looks like he's on felony probation with the Florida Department of Corrections for a Broward case.
Littles? Yeah, he was on felony probation on a Broward case, but he was reporting to probation over here.
Correct. It gets addressed back in Broward.
To get this back in Broward? Okay. Well, then we will give them,
What up, Brian?
till the 10th to pick you up. If not, we'll bring you back and we're talking about it, all right?
Hey, thank you for that gift, me.
Thank you, sir.
Brian Lott.
Mr. Loud, you're here on domestic violence battery.
Awa.
If released, I'm gonna put you on pre-trial release conditions. Those conditions will be standard domestic violence conditions, no firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition while you're dealing with this. You will not intentionally have contact with the listed victim in the report or through a third party or through text, social media. You don't go to their house. You don't go to the vehicle, place of employment, or school. You are, however, upon release, allowed to return one time with a law enforcement officer to retrieve any personal items, health needs, medicine, that kind of stuff, just to help you
What's
get
going
through
on here?
until this is resolved. Do you need an
Thing with a
attorney,
wishing
sir?
stone?
Yes, sir.
One attorney from the Office of Public Defender, and I would say your bond at
Is he
3,000.
clinching the family of pearls?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kevin Loza Zamora.
I don't know. Anybody that has
Okay.
anybody that gets like domestic violence, they get.
So
a
you're
flash.
here on the VOP, signed by Judge Green. It calls for a no bond hold to be placed on you, so you have to go back in front of Judge Green before anything is resolved. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Make sure they know when that court date is.
Yes, sir.
What up, Chad?
Thank you.
Kenneth Mathias.
Messiahs.
So you're here on use possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia. Each one has a bond of 1,000 previously set or reviewed the reports, found probable cause does exist. Do you need an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint an attorney from the House Public Defender to represent you. Good luck moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Jeffrey McIntosh.
Jesse McIntosh.
You're here on a domestic violence battery, that's a strike.
Why?
If released, you're gonna be placed on pretrial release conditions. Those conditions will include 16, 17, and 18. That is, you will not use, possess any firearms, guns, or weapons, or knives. You will not have contact with the person allegedly the victim in the case that appears in the reports, affidavits, or otherwise. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. The defendant, that you may have returned to the victim's house one time within 48 hours of release, accompanied with law enforcement to retrieve any personal medical needs, clothes, and/or business-related papers. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Have a good day. I'm
Can
gonna
I say
say upon that. Sorry, what?
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my mother, and I said sorry, and I love her and everything already.
What?
And I was only pushing her because
Only pushing her?
Yeah, that probably didn't help yourself.
Wait.
I read the report, sir, and if that's true, I understand you're trying to get to your turntable and she was just in your way. But you still can't shove your mom around. So, have a good day, sir. I'm gonna appoint the PD.
Up next on the price is wrong. Did you see everybody peek their head out? That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign.
Sign this one too.
Somebody might be approaching him on his
Also
bunk bed
coordinate
today.
time.
I just spit down my drink out
NATAN.
everywhere.
Thank you. Domestic violence, battery, touch or strike, domestic violence, prior conviction, and VOP on a DUI. On the VOP, you're being held no bond. With the other two counts, I'm putting a $5,000 bond on each. So when you take care of the VOP, you'll be able to bond out. However, there are conditions of pretrial release that you will have to live by until it is resolved. Those conditions include that you will not use any, or you will not use, possess any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. You are prohibited from having contact with the victim listed in any report, affidavit, notice to appear. You will not contact them directly, indirectly, or through a third party, social media. You will not go to their home, the victim's residence, place of employment, and/or school. And the defendant may return to the victim's residence one time within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement officers to retrieve their personal clothing, personal health items, medications, paperwork. Sir, do you understand the rules?
No, sir, because I don't understand how I'm being charged with 2 domestic violence. Because the original time I called to turn myself in. When I got picked up by the people, I called to turn myself in because I had a warrant for my VOP. When I got the book,
what happened to the gentleman in front of you that
I know, but I'm
tried
trying to figure
help
out.
himself?
I'm trying to figure out how I got 2 victims, Your Honor. I don't understand how I got 2 charges of domestic. I don't understand that. I don't have 2. I don't understand that. Yeah, who are my victims, sir? I don't have 2 victims, bro. Should be only 1. I don't understand how it's 2. Because I called to turn myself in, then they told me that I had a domestic when I got the book in. So that's how, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the report right now. Looks like he charged him in the
Not
alternative.
two, not two, only one. Only one flush, not two.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
What did he do?
The officer charged you in the alternative, either prior conviction or what was it?
I was never convicted for her. The last conviction I had
Well,
was
that's certainly something you want to bring up with your attorney because that would be helpful.
yeah, because I never been, the last conviction I was convicted for domestic was way back in 2011. Yeah, I haven't been having no conviction of domestic.
Well,
since
you know,
then.
that whole time thing, you know, you got 18 pages per way. Actually, I might change my mind about that.
That's
When
old
people
already.
talk to me, give me time to read the police
It's old, Your
history.
Honor, from 2011.
Exposure to sexual,
Like that makes it any
assault,
better.
actually, battery.
Oh, she's been dropped. I mean,
Huh?
What was dropped, but domestic violence.
Yeah.
Everything was dropped. What you talking about?
What are you talking
Yeah, all right, but I do find sufficient of probable cause based on the information that was given to me by the officers in the affidavits that are sworn to. There may be a defense, sir. That's something you need to tell your attorney about. I will appoint the office of public defender to represent you.
Okay. So I'm still being charged with 2 domestics?
At the moment, yes. Might be able to get that straightened out.
Okay, I just want to make sure. No problem.
And both of those have the $5,000 bond with those pretrial release conditions that I had told you about.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I would have not told that. Oh, Your Honor. Thank you.
Christopher Paul.
Sir, you're on possession of psilocybin mushrooms and use for possession of paraphernalia.
I just signed
It would appear that there is a bond previously established to 1,500. So you should be able to bond out unless you have something else on you out.
No,
Do you have
no
an
hands.
attorney? Do you want to hire an attorney? Or if you cannot afford one, the court can appoint one to you.
I don't have one, sir.
I will, and you can't afford one at this time?
No, sir.
Then I will, excuse me?
He's a public defender on this case.
Oh, okay, you're the- I will appoint the office of public defender if not previously, but those bonds will remain the same. Good luck to you, sir. When you
Your
get
Honor,
out, make sure you, excuse me?
Can I ask some, when was the alleged charges? When did they say I did this?
They're from 22.
Okay, I've been incarcerated since February 6, 2022. I went to prison for 5 years. I've been on a detainer for 33 months. I'm not understanding any of this. I was just released from prison. I was supposed to be released after 5 years, with 5 years probation. From February 6, 2022, I was in Pinellas County Jail until Polk County came and picked me up the end of April. So there's no way I could have done this.
You did it in
Well,
prison.
and there is a bond that is set on this. Like I said, 1,500, I believe, right?
Is there any way the state would be willing to deal with this today, being that I've been on the detainer? The detainer has stopped me from going to work release, getting a job while I was in prison, exercising my custody, going to programs. I put an
They're not
emotion.
gonna have the information that they need, quite frankly. I have appointed you an attorney from the Office of Public Defender. And if what you're telling me is 100% accurate, it
Yes,
should
sir.
be able to get fixed pretty quickly, all right?
Yeah, right.
Can I have a court date as soon as possible, sir?
You already have a court date, 7/22.
Thank you, sir.
John Pierce.
Mr. Pierce, you're here on possession, use of paraphernalia, possession, use of methamphetamine. There's $5,000 bond on the methamphetamine, 1,000 on the paraphernalia. Do you have money to retain an attorney, sir?
No.
I reviewed the reports. I found probable cause. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender. You should be able to bond out at this point. I wish you the best of luck.
I want a pair of those shorts.
Felix Francisco Paul Villarreal. Okay, well.
Villarreal.
EOL.
Thank you.
Say that, you're.
I totally misheard that.
They look comfy. They look comfy, if you will.
Robbery with a firearm or without? Without a firearm, thank you. F2, $15,000 bond, and I'm going to set the conditions of pretrial release that are reflected on the warrants, which is do not use, possess firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. You will not have contact directly, indirectly through a third party, or go to the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school. Do you understand, sir?
Sir.
Thank you. Well, you need me to appoint an attorney?
Yes, sir. What was the bond?
15,000.
15,000. Say 50?
1,500.
15.
Yeah.
Yamar Rosado,
Hey, thank you for that.
Rodriguez.
Heart.
Rodriguez. Sir, you're in an FTA habeas, failure to appear on a breach of peace with disorderly conduct. There was a habeas with a bond of 500, so the bond set at 500. Habeas serves probable cause.
Thank you, Tracy.
There was, however, an open case in 25 CF 5026, but I think that was after the initial habeas, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. And sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to ask you. I meant to ask one of the two
Case
attorneys.
from May 29, and he failed to appear on.
Didn't this guy come up already, or am I confusing him for somebody else?
And he failed to appear June 25th.
So it's not Parker.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I can't hold you without a bond, sir, but you still have the other conditions of pretrial release. The PD was previously appointed. So when you get out, do find them and make sure you know what's going on, okay?
You said the bond is how much, Judge?
500.
Okay. Thank you.
What it was ready to release conditions?
Not on this one.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Charlie, sure.
That's right. Are we all good? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Brian Tyre.
We'll wait reading of the underlying charge.
All right.
Are they not going to read the charges? Is that what I heard?
Sir, you're here on a violation of probation warrant signed by Judge Catherine Comby. That calls for a no bond hold. You will be held without bond. Do you need an attorney, sir?
I'll get one.
All right. Hire your own attorney, and I'll let you know. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to see the court date. That's all. I'll let you know your court date's 7/22 at 8:30, so you want to find an attorney when you get out. Thank you, sir.
Andres Verona.
So you're here on use of possession of paraphernalia 1,000 and possession of methamphetamine 5,000. Both those bonds have previously been established.
Florida.
Sir, are you going to hire your own attorney?
No.
All right, our point, well, can you? Do you have the money?
Can you
And then what?
hire one?
No.
Okay. Then I will appoint an attorney for the Office of Public Defender to represent you.
Okay.
Have a good day, sir. True, problem class established.
Hey, thank you, Carl.
Tyler Walling.
Mr. Walling, you're here on battery prior conviction. Setting bond at 5,000. Aggravated battery causing great bodily harm. Setting bond at 15,000. Possession of cannabis 1,000. possession of paraphernalia,
What up, Tony?
1,000. Possession of methamphetamine, 5,000. There's another count of possession of paraphernalia, 1,000. And then an FTA for failing to appear at a hearing, motor vehicle registration. That was previously set at 250. Sir, do you need an attorney?
I'll get a public defender.
Okay. If you can't afford an attorney, I will preliminary appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. When you get out, make sure you get over here and set up an appointment to meet with them. Have a good day.
You too.
Jamari Young.
Yeah,
Mr. Young, you're here in VOP, possession of drug paraphernalia.
They're wearing sandals.
Yes, sir.
That was originally CF case. All right. You need an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
Appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll be brought back in front of the VOP judge, at which point you're able to work something out or maybe get a bond if you need one, but you gotta be brought back in front of her. Thank you.
That means,
You don't have a bond, you gotta come back to court.
what date is that?
What did he just say? What was the court date, Judge?
7/22.
7/22. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'll be with you all weekend.
Not with me, Judge.
What happened with Rosanna Rodriguez?
You need a nap? Yep, I need a nap.
Rosanna Rodriguez.
We went over.
Oh, sorry, I already have Rosanna.
All right, let's get out of here. I'm gonna finish up. Maricopa's going on right now, so we'll watch Maricopa really quick for a bit, and then take a break. See here, court calendar.
Find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing July 21st. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you would be released from custody without having to post a bond, but upon your release, you would be required to voluntarily attend both of your next court hearings, and you would be required to contact pretrial services once you're out of custody. You would also be ordered upon release not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions, Mr. Rivas? And if released to pretrial, do you agree that you'll abide by them?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. With your paperwork, you're going to get a packet from pretrial. Please keep it because their contact information will be inside that packet.
Thank you.
Thomas Suggs, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Coral Begay, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Did she say Thomas Suggs?
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Thomas Suggs, 10/13/72, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs. You are here on an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. A new allegation, there's only one. The allegation in that direct complaint is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. It is a class 3 felony alleged to have been committed. I'm getting there, right? It's alleged to have been committed September 25th of 2024.
It's impossible.
That's all the information I have. So I've appointed a lawyer for you. You can talk to your lawyer about the underlying facts if you think there's some error. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing the 21st. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you would be released from custody, but you would be required to attend both of your court hearings on your own, and you would also be required to contact pretrial services once you were out of custody at the information provided in the packet with your order.
Thank you,
Upon
ma'am.
release, you will also be ordered not to have contact contact with whoever the alleged victim of the underlying allegation is, if you know who that person is. You also cannot possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription. And upon release, you are also ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any have been served upon you or if any are later served upon you. Do you understand those conditions and agree that you'll abide by them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Suggs. You can
So I'm
sit back and
able to
get
go
your
home?
paperwork. Yeah.
He just can't help himself.
Spencer Christian Osborne, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Juan Lucio Soto, if you'd work your way to the second chair.
Next.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Spencer Christian Osborne, 10/16/94.
Thank you, Mr. Is your last name Christian Osborne or is your middle name Scott Christian?
Christian Osborne is my last name.
All right, thank you, Mr. Christian Osborne. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in that direct complaint are one count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. Those offenses, according to the direct complaint, are alleged to have been committed May 12th of 2024. You are also here on allegations of new charges from a new arrest. Those allegations are one count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and one count of interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying a court order, a class 1 misdemeanor. Those offenses alleged to have been committed yesterday, July 2nd. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in both new cases. Your next court hearings for these two cases will be the same. You'll have a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing the 21st. They'll both be at 8:30 downtown. On both of these matters, I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Similar things I've told the last couple people in here, that means you would be released without having to post a bond. Upon your release, you would be ordered to voluntarily get yourself to all of your next court hearings. You would also be required to make contact with pretrial services with the information in the packet you get with your order. Upon release, you would also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you would be required to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection that have been issued against you. Mr. Christian Osborne, if it is the case that you believe the protected person in any orders of protection wishes to have contact with you, I will remind you that the court order trumps that. So long as there is a valid order of protection in place, you must comply with the terms of that. The only way to not have to comply with that is to have that order dismissed, vacated, or otherwise removed. So please be mindful of that and obey any orders of protection, even if the person protected in that order invites you over, tries to contact you. Just be mindful of that so you don't end up here again on the same allegation. Okay, do you understand all of those conditions and do you agree that you'll abide by them upon release?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Coral Begay, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Michael Christensen, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Still look like a creep though.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Coral Begay, July 2nd, 1981.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. You are here on a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued by the Kyrene Justice Court on a misdemeanor criminal damage case. Because that's a post-disposition misdemeanor, you don't qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. So if you don't already have a lawyer in that case, but you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer to work with you going forward. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 23rd. It'll be at 9:30 in the morning in the Kyrene Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance on this warrant. That means you'll be released from custody, but you will be responsible for getting yourself to your next court hearing. It looks like this is the fourth warrant that was issued in this case for the same reason. I don't know what the underlying matter is. I don't know if it's failure to pay a fine. I don't know if it's failure to take a class, but please make sure you go to court on the 23rd at 9:30 and see if you can get this resolved with that court.
Okay.
All right. Any questions?
No, I went to court already for this, so I need to address this as of today. So
yeah, it looks like this warrant, the warrant that I'm seeing you on was issued June 13th of 2025. So at least as of less than a month, about 3 weeks ago, that court thinks that there's some obligation that you were supposed to have done that you didn't.
All right.
So go to court on the 23rd, try and figure out what it is they think that you didn't do that you should have, and see if you can get that done so you don't have to keep coming back here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and sit back and get your
Look at the
paperwork.
difference between Florida
Juan
and
Lucio
Arizona.
Soto, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Crystal Ojeda,
Florida,
if you would
everybody's
work
getting
your way to
held?
the second chair.
In Arizona, everybody's being let go. Interesting. My niece is in jail, court Monday. Florence, how can I? I'm not sure. You would have to check with the local court. Every court is different. Big difference. Yeah. So remember, hey, if you go on vacation to Florida, don't get arrested because you're probably not going to be let go. You go to Arizona, you could do whatever you want. They're probably
Can I have
gonna
your
let
name
you
and
go.
date of birth, please?
Juan Soto, January 31st, 1996.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. It is 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. You're also here on 2 different matters that allege that drug paraphernalia charge violated term 1 of your probation. In all 3 of these cases, I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings on that new allegation will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing the 21st. Your next court hearing in the 2 probation matters will be a revocation arraignment hearing July 10th. Can you please pick your head up, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, all of those hearings will be at 8:30. They'll all be in the Superior Court downtown. On all 3 of these matters, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. That means 2 things. 1, you would be required to get yourself to both of those next court hearings.
there is gonna be.
2, you would be ordered to check in with your probation officer within 3 days of being released. While you're on release, you will still continue to be supervised by your assigned probation officer, and you will be ordered not to possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions? Okay, you can step back to your left. Go ahead and head back into that room. We'll bring your paperwork out to you. Please don't forget to call your probation officer.
Hey.
Michael Christensen, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Kenneth Mazike, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
There will be court tomorrow, 4th of July, all day long.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Michael Christensen, March 21st, 1993.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the University Lakes Justice Court on a misdemeanor criminal trespassing case. Because it's a misdemeanor case, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. If you don't already have a lawyer working with you on that case, but you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer to work with you going forward. Your next court hearing on that warrant will be an arraignment hearing July 22nd in the University Lakes Justice Court, and I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance on that warrant. That means that you would be responsible for getting yourself to court July 22nd at 1:30, and you would also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription upon release. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Christensen. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Yeah, we'll do court tonight.
Crystal Ojeda, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. David Degan,
Hey,
if
that
you'd work your way to
judge,
the
that
second
judge
chair,
from Florida was messing up my mojo. This judge, hey, I could mess with this judge. She's
Do I need to
rising.
sign that one
She's
that you have
rising.
closed out?
What's up, Michael? Thank you for that follow, Michael.
I don't think so. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Crystal Ojeda, 12/31/96.
Thank you very much. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a warrant issued by the Peoria Municipal Court on a misdemeanor case involving disorderly conduct and threatening and intimidating. You're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer in that case because those are misdemeanor allegations. So if you don't already have a lawyer, you will have to hire one to represent you. Your next court hearing in the Peoria case will be an arraignment hearing July 22nd at 9 o'clock in the morning. The second matter that you're here on is allegations of new felony offenses. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings on the new felony allegations will be a status conference July 17th and then a preliminary hearing the 21st, both of those at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these 2 matters, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would be released from custody. You would then be responsible for getting yourself to all of your next court hearings. Upon release, you would also be ordered not to return to the scene where you were arrested on the new allegations and not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Okay, do you understand those conditions and agree that you will abide by them upon release?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Kenneth Mazike, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Degan, I'm sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. I'm going to call you next, but a lot of the preliminary information that I'm about to go through is going to apply to you as well. So I will call you in next. You will have an individual hearing, and I'm happy to repeat as much or as little of this as you need. But all I'm going to ask is that you kind of just keep your ears open and listen. So if possible, I can avoid having to say the same thing twice. Okay, can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Kenneth Javon Mazik, 1699.
Thank you very much. It's just Mazik?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for getting that wrong.
It heard worse.
Okay, Mr. Mazik, you are here on a warrant issued by the state of Illinois. Because you are here on a warrant that was issued by a different state, your hearing is going to look a little bit different than everybody else's, but it's going to look like Mr. Deegan. Is it Deegan? Degan. Degan? Okay. It's going to look like Mr. Degan. Before both of you were put on a court calendar here in Arizona, Arizona confirmed with the state that issued each of your respective warrants that it is valid. Both of those states have confirmed that they do intend to extradite you. That means the warrant issuing state wants to come to Arizona and take you back to that state. Mr. Mazik, yours, like I said, is from Illinois. Because you're here on an out-of-state warrant, you're going to have a choice to make between two options. I am going to go over what the two different options are. I will give you an opportunity to ask any questions you have about either option, and then at the end of your hearing, I'll ask which option you pick.
Okay.
Okay, first question I have for you is, did you get that big laminated card to review?
Yes.
Okay, did you read through it?
Yes.
Okay. As I indicated, you will have a choice between two different options to make here this afternoon. The first choice you can make is to waive your right to an extradition hearing. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you are not waiving any rights or defenses you have to the underlying criminal case in Illinois. You are only waiving your right to an extradition hearing here in Arizona, and you are agreeing that Illinois authorities can come and take you back. If you elect that first option and you agree to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you will be held in custody here in Maricopa County for up to 30 days without bond to give Illinois an opportunity to come get you. That 30-day time period will start ticking tomorrow unless you have pending criminal charges that are not yet disposed of in Arizona. If you have predisposition criminal charges pending in Arizona, that 30 days will not start ticking until the local charges are resolved. So recap of option one is waive your right to an extradition hearing, agree to go back to Illinois, stay in custody without bond for up to 30 days. If you do not pick that option, and you don't waive your right to an extradition hearing, then second option is you demand to have an extradition hearing held here in Arizona. If you pick that second option, I will set an extradition hearing for July 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. Extradition proceedings in Arizona are civil, not criminal. The only reason I say that is to tell you that I can't appoint a lawyer to represent you if you elect to have a hearing, but you do have the right to hire a lawyer if you pick option two and you desire to be represented. On your particular warrant, if you pick option two, you are bond eligible. Your bond would be set at $15,000 secured appearance. If you posted that bond, you would be eligible for release while the extradition proceedings are taking place, but please keep in mind you would be required to stay in Arizona. Sometimes people say, well, can I just post that and go back and take care of this? The answer to that question is no. If you posted that, you have to stay here. Yeah, so if you pick option two, I set that hearing, impose that bond. If you post it, you have to stay in Arizona and voluntarily be present at all of your extradition proceedings. If you pick option two, the end of the extradition process is warrants being signed by the governors of both Arizona and Illinois. Once both governors sign an extradition warrant, that's what authorizes Arizona to release you to Illinois, what gives Illinois the authority to come to Arizona to take you back. The process of obtaining governor's warrants from that original hearing on the 21st could take up to 90 days. So if you pick option two and I set that extradition hearing, your bond of $15,000 will stay in place for potentially that whole 90-day period, and you would remain bond eligible that whole time. The difference on the timing in option two is if you have pending criminal charges predisposition in Arizona, that 90 days runs at the same time as those charges. Whereas in option one, it was wait for those local charges to resolve plus 30 days. In option two, your local charges and the 90 days run at the same time. Okay. Do you understand the two options and or have questions about either option?
I do have one question with
Sure.
the bond, because this is my first time being out of state for this thing.
Okay.
Is the bond the full amount or a percentage? Because I generally don't know.
So it is a secured appearance bond, which means you could use a bonding company. My general understanding is that bonding companies typically require somewhere between 10 and 20% down. I think they have additional requirements on the back end though too. So the $15,000 bond is due to the court, but you would have an opportunity to pay a percentage of that to a bonding company. That would be an agreement that you make with the bonding company directly though, so I don't want to quote you what their requirements might be and they're wrong. But back in the jail facility, there's a list of bonding companies and their phone numbers. You could find one of those lists and call all the companies on that list if you want to see what their requirements might be. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, do you know which option you would like to pick?
He looks like Kumar and what's the name of the
I'll
other
go with
dude?
option one.
You want to waive your right to an extradition hearing and agree to stay in custody for up to 30 days to allow Illinois an opportunity to come get you.
Well, real quick, we have to ask, what happens if they don't come get
If
me?
they don't come get you, you would be
Kumar
eligible
Harold.
for release come day 31.
Day 31?
Dustin.
Would that be a bond relief or just straight?
You would just be released.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, because you have indicated that you want to waive a right that you're legally entitled to, I need to ask you some questions just so that I am comfortable that this is a voluntary waiver. The only thing I ask is that you answer them out loud as opposed to shaking or nodding your head.
Yes.
Okay, first question, did you read the information on that big laminated card?
Yes.
Do you understand that you do not have to waive your right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand you have the right to pick option 2 and demand an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you if you picked option 2 and had that hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that the governors of both Arizona and Illinois sign warrants if you picked option 2 before you could be extradited?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail if you picked option 2?
Yes.
Do you wish to waive those rights and sign the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
Has anybody threatened
Thank you,
you or
Jessica.
promised you anything in exchange for your signature on the waiver?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours that affect or might affect your ability to waive a legal right?
No.
Okay, then I will find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your right to an extradition hearing. I will sign the waiver of extradition paperwork. I will ask that you also sign it. Once we both sign it, I will notify MCSO to notify Illinois that you're ready to return. They will have 30 days starting tomorrow or once any local charges are resolved to come get you. Any final questions before I ask you to come sign?
No.
Okay, then unlike everybody else, if you would please step to your right, I do need you to actually sign that waiver. Can he just come in now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just come behind.
Just don't try and rush the bench. Okay. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
David Jordan Dagan,
This fool's not rushing no
6/26/91.
bench.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dagan. All right, you are here on a